Last night was an uncharacteristic showing for the Athletics. A long cross-country flight might have had the A's off their game, as the Halos took game one and gained a game in the standings, and they now sit just 3.5 games back in the AL West. Tonight, the A's will refresh behind the arm of Drew Pomeranz. The young lefty is coming off a great start in the Bronx, and he will look to help the A's even up this series. It's game two. A's-Angels next. Another beautiful night for baseball at Angels Stadium here in Anaheim. It's the A's and the Angels. Game two of this three-game series. Angels won last night, so Drew Pomeranz and the Athletics will try to even up the series. There's your AL West standings. The Angels, they're making their move. They're just 3.5 games back now of the Athletics. And look at the Mariners. Mariners are only 4.5 back. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Oakland A's Baseball. Along with Ray Fosse, I'm Glenn Kuiper. Drew Pomeranz, in his last start, pitched extremely well against the Yankees. Unfortunately, got the loss. And Ray, good challenge tonight because the Angels have a lot of good right-handed hitters.
You look at his last start against the Yankees, you're going to see the number 7. And that means that's a 7-innings pitch. First time in his career as a starter, at least from the athletic standpoint, that he has gone at least 7 innings. Look at the curveball, great fastball. Of course, we talk about him pitching out of the stretch exclusively. Gave up a home run to left-hander Brett Gardner. Other than that, he was outstanding. The A's unfortunately could not score in the game. He lost by a score of 2-1, but he's a tremendous left-handed pitcher. The knuckle curveball, sneaky fastball, good changeup. He loves being a starting pitcher. And it's a couple of lefties tonight. Hector Santiago is going to pitch for the Angels. He has not pitched really very well this year, except he had a good start against the Athletics right here in Anaheim. So, a couple of lefties tonight in game two of this three-game series. We'll look forward to it. Good crowd as always, and we'll have lineups and first pitch from the Big A when we come back.
Is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Head to Jack in the Box and try the new Jack's Blazin' Chicken Sandwich. It's Jack's hottest sandwich yet. And by Toyota, #1 in MPG, durability, and resale value. Toyota, let's go places.
Well, that is Hector Santiago. He's the starting pitcher tonight for the Angels as we get set for Game 2 of the 3-game series. A's Angels from the Big A. The Angels won last night. A's played a little sloppy, and they'll try to change that tonight. Game time weather presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is now open daily. It's a cool 69 degrees with just a gentle wind.
You think maybe jet lag and 3-hour time change contributed to the performance last night? Let's hope so, because they've had a chance to sleep for 24 hours and get well rested and get ready to play tonight.
So let's look at the A's lineup. And it starts with that man, Craig Gentry. So Gentry's going to lead off, and he's going to play center field. And Jed Lowry at short, Donaldson at third, Cespedes in left, Norris in the 5th spot, followed by Moss in right, Blanks at first, Callaspo the DH, and Nick Punto is the second baseman.
Hector Santiago, it was supposed to be Tyler Skaggs. This young man was acquired by the Angels, and a deal to try to bolster the staff. Although you look at the 0-6 record, not exactly what they had envisioned, but he gets the start tonight, and he has so many pitches that Hank Conger has to use 2 hands to give signs, because that's how many pitches he has. But it is a lefty, and they line up accordingly for the Athletics, and she'll try to even the series tonight.
Quick look at the Angels' defense tonight. Hamilton is in left field, Trout in center, Colin Cowgill will get a start in right field. Freeze, Ibar, Kendrick, and Poole surround the infield, and again Hank Conger doing the catching. So throw down to second base, and we are set to go. In the open of our show, we showed you the standings, and it's the A's with a 3.5 game lead over the Angels, 4.5 over the Mariners. So the Angels feel good. They like the way they're playing. They've won 4 in a row, and they're trying to put some heat on the Athletics.
And you saw that 15th season for manager Mike Scioscia, signed a 10-year deal, but his only world championship, and the only one for the Angels, came with him at the helm in 2002 as they won their only world championship. And of course they keep playing that new song that comes out before every game here at Angel Stadium.
Calling All Angels?
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Is that a new song? Because they play it here.
No, it's not new. In fact, it's a little old.
But they continue to play here all the time. But I'm sure they would like to add to their already extensive video about their time here in Anaheim.
So Gentry steps in the box. First pitch was outside from Hector Santiago.
2 and 4 seam fastball, cutter, slurve, changeup, screwball.
And Gentry hits one to right field, hits it pretty well. Cowgill's on the move, and Cowgill will ease up on the warning track, and he makes the catch for out number 1. So Gentry hit that ball pretty well, but it stays in the park, and here's Lowry. So you saw Hector Santiago's record, and it's not good, obviously, but his start against the A's on the 14th of April, he was very good.
Yeah.
And that was the Jaso pinch hit home run against Frieri game. If not for that, Santiago would have got a win. Pitched 7 innings, gave up just 1 run. And it's the best start of his season so far.
And probably why Mike Scioscia and Mike Butcher, manager and pitching coach, said, why not bring him in here? Let him face the Athletics, a game that the team that he pitched well against.
His last start in the big leagues was May 7th. And he was struggling, and then he made a couple of relief appearances, and then was sent to the minor leagues where he made 3 starts in AAA, and now he's back. Part of a big 3-team trade where Trumbo was traded. It was the White Sox, the Diamondbacks, and the Angels. When it was all said and done, the Angels had Skaggs and Santiago, a couple of young left-handed pitchers, which is, I think, exactly what they were looking for. A couple of young starters. One has been pretty good. Santiago, on the other hand, has struggled.
Yeah, we talked about Jared Weaver, who's pitching tomorrow in the series finale, and also Richards, who pitched well last night. C.J. Wilson signed a long-term deal. And he had those 2 lefties that complement a pretty good 5-man rotation, but it's not worked out that well. Garrett Richards last night, wow, what a job he did. Effectively wild, I think you could say, with the 96, 97 mile-an-hour fastball. Talking to some of the guys after the game last night. And kind of the similar thing that we talked about. The 3-0 fastball to Coco Crisp, which looked like it was a gift. They said what a difference the game could have been if that had been called ball 4. But the strike zone for both sides a little bit tough last night. It just happened to be that Garrett Richards took advantage and pitched 7 solid innings.
Strike 3 called, a 3-2 breaking ball, and Lowry doesn't like Bob Davidson's call, and they're barking at each other pretty good. 2 batters into the game.
Well, he's got to be talking about coming around the corner, around the back door, and well, it's caught by Conger on the corner, so I think that's what he had to look at. The fact that Conger reached for it, and height-wise, okay, but in order to get to the catchers, we always say a curveball has to go around the plate, which means it's not a ball, or not a strike, that is. It's called a strike.
So Bob Davidson calling balls and strikes. John Tumpain at first, James Hoy at second, Milwaukee down at third. So 2 outs for Donaldson. Donaldson struggling right now offensively. He's 0 for his last 15. So see if he can get it going. Donaldson 17 home runs and 50 RBIs. He swings and misses. And the count is 1-2.
Another breaking ball, and Josh Donaldson just a little bit off balance. A timing mechanism where he lifts the front foot, front leg. It's just not where it was whenever he was on a tear.
He lines that one foul.
Almost looks like he's off balance.
So you think that may be the issue right there?
Yeah. And for him, it's all timing. When it lifts the leg right there, and then see, just reaching for it, and it's all about timing. When he lifts the leg, he wants to get the foot down at the same time as he's trying to make contact and driving the ball.
Well, a good fastball there, 95 miles an hour, and Donaldson strikes out. So a 3-up, 3-down inning for Santiago with a couple of strikeouts. So now it's Drew Pomeranz's turn. Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim's lineup. Kendrick's going to lead off with the lefty on the mound, followed by Trout, Pujols, Hamilton, Freese, Crone, Ibar, Cowgill, and Conger.
Drew Pomeranz says we detailed an outstanding performance against the Yankees in his last start. One start, and that was prior to the Yankee start. Came against these Angels in Oakland. His club gave him a lot of run support, about 5 runs in the first inning. And then settled down, did go 5 1/3, 9-5. That was Garrett Richards' start, in which Brandon Moss hit the grand slam. Home run to Brett Gardner against the Yankees, also an unearned run, and the A's lost 2-1 with Tanaka pitching for the Yankees. But Pomeranz says you will see pitching out of the stretch, and good knuckle curveball, fastball, changeup. Uses both sides of the plate very well.
So here's Kendrick. When the A's were here earlier this year, they had back-to-back extra inning games. They won one and lost one, and Pomeranz pitched in both of those, and he pitched quite a bit.
Especially the first one.
Yeah, April 15th, he pitched 2 2/3 innings. Then the next night, April 16th, he pitched an inning and 2/3. 41 pitches, 26 pitches. So,
well, and it's interesting that first game that he pitched and did a good job out of the bullpen, he was told you will only be used in an emergency the next night. Well, it was an emergency because of his extra innings. Gave up the walk-off to Iannetta. Tough loss, but he was kind of pitching on fumes after that very effective first outing. Since then, of course, joining the rotation.
They made 3 more relief appearances after that, and then got his first start on the 7th of May in the doubleheader. 1-2 pitch, and that's lined to right field. Moss goes back, and he reaches up to make the catch. 1 out. Check out the rest of the A's defense. You see Moss in right field. Cespedes and Gentry out there as well. Donaldson, Lowry, Punto, Blanks on the infield with Norris catching. So here's Mike Trout. So I saw you standing next to Mike Trout tonight down in the field, and is he as big
Yeah.
when you're standing next to him as he looks like from the press box?
Yeah, I looked small, didn't I?
Well, you're a good sized guy, and boy, he is broad.
He's broad and just such a very nice, humble young man. And Tim Meade, of course, been around forever. And Nick Punto's father, Lou, who has the baseball team, OSB, Old School Baseball, had some youngsters. They were 8, 9-year-olds. They're starting them early, he said. And Tim Meade said, yeah, bring them over the dugout. And Mike Trout would come by and say hello. Took a picture with him. And that's just so nice. Took his round of batting practice before he went out to shag balls. He was in the dugout, and very personable young man. And there, the Trout heads. Trout Farm, I guess it's called.
I like that.
Yeah.
Broken bat, shallow left center. Cespedes flying across the left center field area, and he grabs it in front of Gentry for out.
Some speed. Time now for the Nissan Keys of the game. West Coast adjustment. Well, they didn't adjust very well last night after coming from Baltimore, but a new night tonight. This is not your 2013 version of the Angels. We know that, as they are a very good club. They're playing well. Players are healthy, and Mike Scioscia knows that if his team's healthy, and especially this gentleman, Albert Pujols, then of course getting Hamilton back, who's hitting behind him, makes a huge difference in their club.
Angels 35-28 and playing well at home. They're 19-13 at home. They've won 8 out of their last 9 home games. So I think they're a very confident group.
Yeah. Jared Weaver tomorrow night. He lost in Oakland, which is rare in itself. Okay, we know we've talked about it's hard to win a division in April. You can lose one. Well, the Angels are a perfect example of that the last 2 years. They've gotten off such a slow start with injuries to Pujols 2 years ago. Hamilton last year not off to a good start. Pujols ended up missing a bigger part of the last of the season.
So Pomeranz has a 3-up, 3-down inning, and just like Hector Santiago. No score after 1 from Anaheim. That was in the 14th inning, and that was Cespedes. The pitcher was Hector Santiago when he was with the White Sox. Again, the A's rallied for 3 runs in the bottom half of the inning, and then a little bit later on in that game, it was
Kila Kahu. I think also didn't Canerco with the 400th home run that day that gave him the lead, or to tie it. Thank you.
Good game, back and forth.
Yeah.
So that's our McDonald's true stories for tonight.
That was one of a whole bunch of walk-offs that year, and it started with Kila Kahui. Of course, Johnny Gomes hit batter with the bases loaded, walk-off hit batter. A lot of great things happening in 2012, and it's continued ever since.
1-0 to Cespedes, and the fastball is hit just to our left, right into the home TV booth.
Well, the one run that Santiago gave up in April was this, a home run by Yoenis Cespedes to right center. Crush to right center as Trout was waiting for the ball to come down. It did in the seats. But that was it, and got J-So later, but it was not against Santiago. It's got that little herky-jerky delivery, which sometimes you have to forget about that and try to pick up the ball out of his hand. Cespedes seems to be able to do it quite well.
2-1 pitch hit hard to Ibar, who handles it, almost knocked him over, and throws out Cespedes for out number 1.
Those are the kind of hard hit balls that you put an asterisk, because you could say it's an 0 for 1, but look what it almost did. Ibar lucky to handle it. Of course, a very strong arm once he did put it in the glove, but that's a shot. The old Adam ball right at an infielder. I always think that you can look at through numbers and say guy's not swinging the bat well, but you see a ball like that that's hit hard and almost sends a guy in the outfield. That's a hard out.
1 out for Derek Norris. Norris hitting in the 5th spot, hitting .290 with 6 home runs, 26 RBIs.
And he was okay to play last night. It just happened to be the tough Garrett Richards, so he did not start. Vogt caught. J-So was a DH, but you remember that he was hit in the helmet a couple of times on Sunday. Had to come out of the game after the second one, but he said he was okay to watch the remainder of the game on Sunday in Baltimore.
Fastball outside, 2-0. Now, in this ballpark, probably the one ballpark you got to be the most heads up for, and that was the foul ball off Cespedes. Went right into the booth next to us in the home TV booth, where Victor Rojas, Mark Gubicek sitting right next to us, and neither of them showed a whole lot of interest in catching it. And quite frankly, I don't blame them.
Matter of fact, Victor Rojas did a very good job of avoiding that ball that came straight back in. And the guy at the end by the name of Dean, he's a huge A's fan working for the Angels. Look out.
Gooby,
why are you moving?
He was.
Watch Mark Gubicek. This is a former Major League pitcher. You think he had a few shots at him?
You know what?
I don't blame him. There's the ball right there. Yeah. Once you head it to Gubicek, that's his.
Could you sign this for me, Mark, please? Thank you. Oh, we have fun with those guys. Yeah. They're good guys.
Great right-handed pitcher for the Kansas City Royals for many, many years, Mark Gubicek.
In the hole and a base hit for Norris. So the first hit of the ball game is a single by Derek Norris.
See how that curveball, unlike the one that Jed Lowry took for strike 3, or at least was called strike 3. Curveball this time. Watch where it ends up. Comes right into the middle of the plate. And Derek Norris just dropped the head of the bat and hit it hard enough to get it past Ibar. So there's the difference right there. You have one ball hit hard right to him. One ball hit hard just to his right. And it's Derek Norris that ends up with a base hit.
Well, we saw it last night. Stephen Vogt bloop single to drive in a run early in the game, and then later in the game he hits a shot and caught by an outfielder.
Straight to Mike Trout. Would have played it another run, but it was hit right at him.
This pitch to Moss is inside. Moss is the only left-handed hitter in the lineup tonight for the A's, and just like Hamilton is the only left-handed hitter in the lineup tonight for the Angels. Slider outside, 2-0. Moss doing a terrific job against left-handed pitching this year. How about that?
Yeah.
66 points higher than against right-handed pitching. That's amazing.
See if he guesses correctly and gets a fastball.
Wrinkle. Slider, cutter, something, and a pretty good pitch, 2-1.
Well, a lot of confidence in this young man to throw the slider on a 2-0 hitter's count.
Moss takes that one, and now it's 2-2. On deck is Kyle Blanks. Short lead at first, but Norris takes off, and the ball is squibbed back toward the pitcher. Santiago throws in time, and well, you could see that ball had some serious English on it as it went toward Santiago. But that's the second out. Norris, who was on the move, ends up at second base.
Well, the ball hit like that, Santiago had to concentrate on catching the ball. He could care less about trying to get Norris, even had Derek not been running, and stayed with it, caught it, and threw out Brandon Moss. But kind of English on the ball, that's a tough one to handle.
So Blanks, see if he can get a 2-out hit and get the A's on the board here in the second inning. First pitch is a fastball, first strike. Blanks 367 with a couple of home runs, and that's his numbers with the A's. The combined season numbers, 325. Coming over from the San Diego Padres. Outfield. He's pulled around toward left center a little bit. And this one's popped up to shallow center. Trout hustling in, and he'll get there, settles underneath it, side retired. So a runner left after the Norris hit. Bottom of the second coming up. Hamilton's going to lead it off, no score.
and a subscription to its premium features on its favorite smartphone or tablet are perfect for Father's Day. Dad will have access to features such as live look-ins, instant replay, live audio, free MLB.tv, game of the day, and more. For details, visit MLB.com. Be a good gift. I already have it, though. So
that would be a good gift. You're right.
It's a great gift. You have that MLB app, you can watch a lot of baseball and see a lot of good things happening.
So Hamilton steps in. He'll be followed by Freese and Cron here in the second inning. Pomeranz breezed through the first and 10 pitches. Hamilton takes a fastball inside. 1 for 4 last night was Hamilton. Couple of strikeouts. No shift for Hamilton, although the infielders on the left side are slid over just a little bit toward second base.
I think that's a pretty good idea because the way he sprays the ball, he is very aggressive. He swings at a lot of different pitches, and it doesn't matter. You position yourself, try to get him to hit a certain way, he'll hit against it just sometimes by accident. Curveball he just saw, if he swings, he's not going to make contact. That's a good curveball from Drew Pomeranz, especially when it throws it hard.
Like that. And Hamilton missed it, picked up by Norris, tags him, and that's out number 1. There is not a whole lot of left-handed hitters who are going to hit this pitch.
No, I mean, that's thrown as hard, just exactly as you want to throw it. And if you're going to be the sacrificial lamb and be the left-hander to face Drew Pomeranz, you're going to get a lot of those. And as far as what Fernando Abad did last night to Hamilton, threw him 5 sliders, struck him out. Right-handers hitting .205, 4 home runs, lefties .222. Hamilton, good breaking pitches.
There's a strike to David Freese. Freese last night was 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts, but he did walk and score a run. Good fastball, and it's 0-2.
One of the bad pitches that Jesse Chavez threw was to Freese last night, and Jesse said he felt so strong that he overthrew the pitch to Freese, walked him on 3-2 fastball, and the pitch was up and in the Conger, a 4-seam fastball that he just held on a little bit too long, ended up hitting him to start an inning. So those two started the innings, both of them ended up coming around to score.
Cron to follow here in the bottom of the second inning. And that one's hit hard to Lowry. He gets a nice hop, flips it across, and that's out number 2. So 5 up, 5 down so far for Drew Pomeranz. And that'll bring up the rookie designated hitter, C.J. Cron.
Got to be happy about his brother playing at TCU. That's right. He hit a home run yesterday, drove in a run to tie the game against Pepperdine. They ended up winning that game, right? I think to go to the College World Series, or did they?
Pepperdine. Yeah, TCU won. Yeah, TCU beat Pepperdine.
All they could talk about was C.J. Cron. His brother came up to hit and said maybe because he was using an aluminum bat and C.J. here is using wood.
C.J. first round pick of these Angels back in 2011, so they have high hopes for this man. He's a big, strong kid. Terrific minor league numbers. Getting to play against left-handers and occasionally against a right-hander. It's a high foul ball.
Well, when the Angels, of course, when Hamilton was activated, I think it was he who was activated when Grant Green was sent down, and there was a big question because Grant Green had turned out to be a pretty good left fielder, hitting the ball well, but they decided that they were going to keep Cron and, of course, have the 2 platoon in right field, Cowgill and Calhoun.
It's a breaking ball toward left center, but Cespedes is over there, under it, He's got it, and it's 6 up, 6 down for Drew Pomeranz. We're on to the third from the Big A. No score. Major League Baseball found out this morning that Bob Welch passed away, 57 years old, and told that I believe it was a heart attack.
Yeah.
And kind of hard to believe that somebody at that age, just 57.
Just can't believe it. And I know a couple of coaches in shock who played with him, teammates of the 1989 World Championship team. And of course, Mike Gallego, third base coach, Kurt Young, pitching coach, and a nice moment of silence here at Angel Stadium as his picture and in an A's uniform was put on Diamond Vision.
So Mike Gallego, a teammate. Kurt Young, of course, a teammate.
And Gag said that he had just confirmed that he was going to be coming to the 89 reunion. Of course, those are teammates. The catcher for Bob Welch, Mike Scioscia in the Dodgers organization, before Bobby was traded to the Athletics. Rick Honeycutt and Mark McGwire working for the Dodgers, and JR just showed me a comment from Mark McGwire. Said the last time they were together, Tony La Russa's number of retirement in St. Louis, and said that all Bobby wanted to do is sit next to him is talk about all the good times of playing for the A's in the late 80s, early 90s. Special young man, and I still think that what he was doing to give back to the young pitchers in the A's organization was just absolutely tremendous. He was willing to give his time and only think about those kids and not himself.
Fly ball toward right field where Cowgill is under it. And Cowgill has it. Of course, remembered for his terrific 1990 season when he was the Cy Young Award winner for the A's. 27-6. How about that?
Yeah.
I would say those are Cy Young numbers. 10 years with the Dodgers and then 7 years with the A's.
Well, and he's always talked about was how Dennis Eckersley saved all of his games, which Eck saved a lot in the year he won 27. And Bob Welch, the Cy Young Award, that Eck was usually coming in a lot of those to close it out. And Bobby was very receptive to having Eck, Mr. Automatic, come in to close the games and him pick up a win.
Well, he was on Bob Brenly's staff in 2001 with the Diamondbacks when they won it all with Bob Melvin.
Yeah, so to have two managers in the stadium tonight, closeness to him. One is catcher of the Dodgers and, of course, working with skipper Bob Melvin.
Oh, 2 to Nick Punto. The ball is low. Welch was a special instructor for the A's the last handful of years. which I gotta believe he loved doing.
Oh, it was a thrill for him to put the uniform on and teach baseball. Just teach kids how to pitch and really how to play the great game of baseball.
He was an all-star for a couple of times and a career record of 211 and 146. That's pretty darn good. That's a winning percentage of just a shade under 600.
Yeah. How about the last pitcher to win 25? Yeah. He won 27, but to win 25, and of course 27, you always think about Denny McClain won 31 in 1968. And with the pitchers then, of course, a 4-man rotation, 40 starts, but for Bobby to do it with 27 wins, just unbelievable.
Strike 3 called, and that's the second out here in the 3rd inning. So 3 strikeouts now for Santiago.
The thing I always remember about Bob Welsh, start a game, start hitters with one of the best curveballs. We see Sonny Gray throw a great curve, and Jesse Chavez, and even from the left side, Drew Pomeranz. But Bob Welsh could throw the curveball with as much control as anybody I've ever seen. And hitters usually, until they get 2 strikes, won't even think about swinging a curveball. He'd throw for a strike. Automatic.
Big curveball.
Oh,
too.
Big one, yeah. JR just saying in 1990, he showed it up 35 starts, 27 and 6. So 33 decisions, 35 starts.
Which means he wasn't coming out of the game in the 6th inning.
Oh, no. It usually was Eck come in and close it.
Yeah. We had him in the booth 2-3 years ago. We had a lot of fun with him.
Great personality.
And Gentry strikes out, so a good inning for Hector Santiago with a couple of strikeouts. So we're headed to the bottom of the 3rd. No score as we mourn the passing of former Athletics pitcher Bob Welch. Moment. Game 2 of the 1978 World Series, 9th inning. Now there's a couple guys on base, 2 outs, and every pitch was a fastball to Reggie Jackson.
Tying run at second, 9th inning, 2 outs, 3-2. Got it. And Reggie just couldn't believe it, but he just kept pounding fastballs. And it was an unbelievable moment. I mean, to speed those up that way, but you watch it in its entirety, like it took an hour for all those pitches. Reggie kept backing out.
But what made it so great is Welch was 21 years old. He was just a kid, hard thrower. And course, Reggie at that point was a mega star.
78, that's right.
And you're thinking, here's the guy who hit 3 home runs in a World Series game
the year before.
And Bob Welch just kept pumping those fastballs in there, and he finally struck him out.
And if you watch that, you could just see the calmness in Bob Welch, being as young as he was, and knowing, I mean, the crowd in Los Angeles, just unbelievable, the tension, the drama of the final out, and then he struck him out.
Little flare behind first base, I should say, but Punto's going to get back there, and he's got it. So Ibar's retired for out number 1. Well, they had a nice moment of silence in this ballpark, and I know other ballparks as well around Major League Baseball.
And that says a lot about Bob Welch. You know, he hasn't pitched in Major League Baseball for a while, and of course it's 25 years ago he's part of the World Championship A's, but still a gentleman who was remembered and admired throughout the game of baseball, and not surprised that even here in Anaheim, of course, Los Angeles, where he started his career. But you're right, around baseball, just mourning to death. Same with the late Catfish Hunter when he passed away at such a young age.
It's been a tough stretch. Jim Fregosi passed away. Don Zimmer. And now Bob Welch at 57. Lowry has a tip off his glove, and Cowgill's aboard. Cowgill with a big turn, but he stays at first. So that's the first hit for the Angels.
And as Cowgill hit the 3-run home run off Tommy Malone in Oakland last Saturday, a week ago Saturday that is, and very strong hitter, top hand, a powerful young man, and Jed Lowry trying to backhand, try to hurry, catch and throw, but he could not come up with it.
So Cowgill aboard. Here's Hank Conger, who's a switch hitter. Conger, a couple of hits last night, a couple of runs. He had an RBI, so good performance last night. And Mike Socha said, I'm going to get him in there again tonight. Helps that he's a switch hitter.
It's funny, Cap, you know, when he was hit by Jesse Chavez, and it was right after Donaldson had a couple thrown close to him. And as Conger said, you know, the thing about Garrett Richards, he's all over the place. He can be wild and not know really where he's throwing it. And I said, well, I hope you know that you weren't hit. He said, no. He said, but you know what? If they had done it, I'm okay with that. That's a shock to hear somebody say that it wasn't intentional. He got hit, but he realizes that you have to pitch in. Sometimes it gets away, and sometimes you're hit. He was hit last night, ended up scoring a run because of it.
2-0 now to Conger. Top of the order up next, so Pomeranz has to be careful here. Cowgill leaning a little bit. And that missed outside again, 3-0. Conger, very aggressive hitter. Well, you never know. He may not want to lay one in there.
He's going to lay it in there. It's just a question whether Conger swings. And if he swings, he usually comes out of his shoes.
And that one is outside, and it's a 4-pitch walk, 2 on, 1 out for the top of the order, and Howie Kendrick.
Kendrick got him in the game in Oakland. And, of course, that was a lot of fastballs thrown by Drew Pomeranz after he got a big lead. Fortunately, it was Josh Donaldson getting LeBlanc to drive in 4 runs. And now Kendrick pulled the ball that he hit in Oakland. Normally goes opposite field, but that fastball down and in, he just brought his hands in and crushed it to left field.
First pitch to Kendrick is a good curveball in first strike. Kendrick hit a fly ball to right field in the first inning. And as expected, outfield shifted toward right center. Cespedes well off the line in left.
Four pitches out of the strike zone, comes back first pitch to Kendrick with a curveball. And a couple of things. Kendrick could have been looking fastball in the center part of the plate. Instead, he gets the curveball and he took it all away. Good pitch for a strike.
That one's hit high and foul down the right field line. Kendrick, one of many Angels who signed long-term contracts. Kendrick was signed through 2015. His contract was 4 years. But you think of Ibar through 2016, Hamilton 2017, of course Pujols 2021. Trout now has the long-term deal. So this is sort of the group that you're going to see for a while with the Angels. Some young players, Crone, and Freeze. 0-2 pitch, and Kendrick chased it, and a big strikeout for Pomeranz. So 2 outs, and here's Trout.
How many times we talk about the importance of throwing the curveball hard. Look how hard this is thrown with 2 strikes. And Kendrick tried to hold up a swing once he committed, though. The knuckle curve thrown hard by Drew Pomeranz. Nice block on a curveball in the dirt. But Kendrick started. Oh, why am I going through? But he'd already committed. But that is thrown slower. He can either adjust, not swing at it, or adjust and hit it. Throw it as hard as possible.
So here's Trout, who put the ball to left field. Cespedes took care of it, and the first pitch, breaking ball low. I think this is one of the reasons why you're seeing teams a little bit more maybe put a good RBI man in the second hole, especially in the American League, where you have a hitter in the 9th spot as opposed to a pitcher in the National League. But if you have a decent 9th place hitter, well, now, you know, that second hole in the lineup, it's only the second hole for the first time through the lineup. After that, it becomes an RBI spot. Fastball a bit outside, 2-0.
John Jason was telling us that in Baltimore when he's in leadoff and had the bottom part of the batting order, kept walking on the Sunday, and bottom 3 each walked, bases loaded twice. He's had a whole bunch of walks to the bottom, setting the table for the top of the order.
2-0 to Trout. A look back at second. Both these teams wearing the dark tops for the second night in a row. And Trout lays off that high fastball, and now it's 3-0.
And I would not test and figure this guy's not going to swing 3-0. Not him. Pujols probably would also, but Trout, pretty good idea he's going to.
And again, missed outside, so that's what Pomeranz is missing, just off the plate to right-handed hitters. So now the bases are loaded for Albert Pujols.
The game that Pomeranz had 8 strikeouts. It was a game against the White Sox. He kept missing as Norris set up inside, but he kept missing outside, but they were elevated. Hitters were swinging through them. Miss down low, hitters have a tendency to take them more often. In the case of Conger and now Trout, both receiving 4-pitch walks.
So Pujols steps in. Breaking ball in for a strike. So good first pitch again from Pomeranz.
Did the same thing to Kendrick after a 4-pitch walk Conger.
Curveball in for strike 2. 0-2. Pujols did not like that call.
Well, back door, whether intentional or not, it worked out. Pujols shot back to Bob Davidson. Let's see if he can do the same thing as he did to Kendrick, trying to bounce but get the aggressive Pujols to swing over it.
And that one reached for a roll foul. Pujols grounded out to short in the first inning. 507 career home runs for Albert Pujols. One of those against the A's this year.
Jesse Chavez.
Oh-2 pitch. Fastball down around the knees. It's bounced foul.
So when you have a hitter that doesn't stride, as Pujols does not, kind of rolls on the ball of his left foot. See him protecting against some post pitchers. Watch the front foot. Just kind of rolls, lifts the toe, and then kind of rolls on the ball of his left foot.
Cowgill at third, Conger at second, Trout at first. 0-2 pitch. It's that breaking ball. This one's low, so Pujols does not chase it.
See if it's more towards the middle, maybe back foot. Might get him to swing over it.
Right center. Gentry's back. He's at the wall and he makes the catch. So Pujols gave it a good ride. Comes up short as Gentry runs it down. And the Angels leave him loaded in the bottom of the third.
Credit Union Throwback Thursday game this season. 5,000 fans get a commemorative button, a scorecard, and throwback prices on plaza level tickets presented by Patelco Credit Union. On Thursday, June 19th, 5,000 fans will get a limited edition Rube Waddell button. For more information and tickets, go to athletics.com/Thursday. I have to get one of those buttons of Mr. Rube Waddell. Yep, it's a good one. Well, Brian, our great stat man here, gave me this note prior to Albert Pujols hitting. And I didn't want to say it until after. But he's now 0 for 9 with the bases loaded this season. But never want to say something like that.
You just did.
Well, no. But he just had the bases loaded. So I said it after he flew out. No.
I'm staying away from it. I don't want to make the big guy mad.
Well, As we say, Cap, if we could control things like that, we wouldn't be up here, right? Now, Albert's a nice guy. He's not going to get angry, but I'm sure he's very well aware now he's 0 for 9 with the bases loaded this year. Maybe that's why he took his helmet off and banged it into the ground after he flew out to Gentry.
It'll be Lowry, Donaldson, and Cespedes for the A's against Santiago, who has struck out 4 in the first 3 innings. Fastball high.
But it's always dangerous whenever you have the top part of the batting order, and you said it correctly. You get the lower part on, you set the table for the top, and especially with Trout, Pujols, Hamilton, and the 2, 3, 4. That's pretty dangerous company to be in.
So 2-2 to Lowry, who struck out looking in the first inning. A little disagreement with Bob Davidson, the home plate umpire. That one misses badly as Conger was set up inside and the pitch was a couple feet outside. So full count to Lowry. Again setting up inside, and it's popped up behind first. Pujols is under it in foul territory, and he's got it. So that's out number 1. Check out our heat map on Josh Donaldson, and the heat map shows you the direction of all of his ground balls this year. And obviously the red part, that's where the majority of his ground balls go. So he is a good opposite field hitter, Ray, but I guess the point is when he hits the ball the other way, it's generally in the air or a line drive, because he does hit the ball that way, and he hits it that way with power. But on the ground, most of his ground balls are to the left side.
I'd like to see maybe that on the canvas. That probably would go very well displayed in some museum, right?
Sure.
Nice canvas.
Josh Donaldson's hot spot ground ball ratio. Call it what you want. And we are showing you these things because, well, the trend now in baseball is this shift. And I'm sure fans are curious about the information that's out there and why the shifts are being used so much. The throw is low, but Pujols digs it out and keeps his foot on the bag. So 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning, and the hot spot sheet was correct that time. A ground ball to the left side by Donaldson.
Freese almost had too much time, as he said himself. Thought he had a pretty good grip, but then threw the ball in the dirt, and it's a pretty good play by Albert Pujols.
A couple of gold gloves for Albert Pujols. So you think, Ray, as a first baseman, as you maybe get a little bit older and you may lose a step defensively, but if you're a good first baseman, you're still going to be able to pick it, right? Yep. You're going to be able to pick balls in the dirt.
Yep.
Once you have that talent, and some guys are very good at it.
But it's all about the footwork, too. You can't cross over and try to reach across your body and take the short hop. He played it well, as he did change the footwork.
So you don't always think about footwork at first base, but it's more important than you think.
And a lot of times you'll see a first baseman stand with both feet very close to the bag, right in front of the bag or to the side, and as the throw comes in, they decide which foot they're going to use to touch the bag and which one to stretch, instead of just putting the foot on the bag and then stretching and then all of a sudden having to reach back.
See where the ball goes, right?
But you want a couple of gold gloves, you have a pretty good idea. It's not as easy as a lot of people think to play first base. They say, well, anybody can play first. Don't think so. Harmon Killebrew, I think, injured himself stretching during an all-star game. Had to miss some time. as he went into a stretch, and of course between third base and first base, he happened to be playing first base and stretched the wrong way and ended up, I think, injuring the hamstring.
1-2 to Cespedes, who hit a hard ground ball to Ibar, the shortstop, in the second inning. That one tapped toward Freese, who charges, straightens up. Side retired, so that's 8 in a row retired by Hector Santiago, and it's the bottom of the fourth coming up. Hamilton, Freese, and Crone to hit. No score. A's Baseball on Comcast Sportsnet California is brought to you by Sonoma Raceway. NASCAR returns from June 20th through the 22nd for the Toyota Save Mart 350, and it's only at Sonoma Raceway. So, beautiful look at the Big A, Angels Stadium of Anaheim.
It's come a long way, Kite, because at one time it was ugly. Center field. And wind used to blow in the outfield. You hardly had any people sitting in the outfield. With rock pile wasn't there, but remember, center fielder Ken Berry ran down more fly balls, took away so many hits, but he could cover some ground.
Huh. Ken Berry.
Yeah.
And there's a shot to right field and a base hit for Hamilton.
And he was not going to wait around for the curveball. And,
smart hitting.
Yeah, and that's what he does. He looks fastball. If he gets it, he's going to crush it. Unfortunately, it was on a line drive. Unfortunately, he was in the on-deck circle when Albert Pujols popped up to center field.
So that'll bring up David Freese. Well, this ballpark it opened up in 1966. Remember when the Angels first came about and they were an expansion team in 1961. They played at Dodger Stadium for 4 years. Freese swings at the first pitch, pops at foul. And then the Rams decided to move from Los Angeles out here, and the football renovation that Ray's talking about, when it really enclosed this whole ballpark, that was done in 1981. And then tore down in 1995 when the Rams left for St. Louis. So you're right, this ballpark has seen a couple different things. But it used to be completely open in the outfield, though, right?
It's completely open. They had bleachers, and they had the Big A, which is out in the parking lot, was very visible in left center, almost like it was in play, but just beyond the fence. But it has changed dramatically, and well, when it was completely enclosed for football. On a warm afternoon, sunny afternoon, it was hot because there was absolutely zero wind circulation. Air stayed right in the middle of the stadium, and it was hot. But for a stadium as old as this one is, they've done a remarkable job to upgrade it. And
you would not think it's that old. 2-1 to Freeze. 3-1 to Freeze. That's Cron in the on-deck circle, so Pomeranz has to be careful here.
Well, he retired the first 7 before Calga got the base hit, but really erratic since then, especially with his fastball control, and really the breaking ball, curveball, is probably his best pitch for control right now.
And that one's hit towards center, and it's hit well. Gentry's going back, still going back, in front of the wall, and he makes the catch. There's a little nook out there, and that is probably the deepest part in this ballpark, and Gentry caught it right in that little area.
You don't want to see him pull it. You don't want to see him hit it the opposite field, have him hit it straight away center and try to hit it out in the deepest part of the park. He hit it as well as you could. Well, not really, because if he hit it real well, it would have gone out. But there's that nook right in the corner, and that is the deepest part. And Greg Gentry looked, saw how much room he had before he approached the wall, set up perfectly, and Hamilton probably could have tagged. Gentry has a strong arm, but as deep as that was hit, surprised that once it looked like Gentry was going to catch it, that Hamilton didn't at least go back to try to think about tagging. Good speed.
Throwing it a fly ball to left field in his first at bat. Pomeranz looking for a hard ground ball right at somebody. So 1-1 the count. Hamilton gets pushed back. Eric Ibar, the switch hitter, is in the on-deck circle. Breaking ball rolled foul. So 1-2.
Still say one of the best things for Drew Pomeranz to pitch out of the stretch exclusively is not have to worry after retiring the first 7. It really didn't change after Calga got on base because he'd been pitching out of the stretch. When he feels so much more comfortable, the job he did in New York, first ever time pitching in Yankee Stadium and against the Yankees. And he did a remarkable job, just 6 hits scattered, 1 earned run in 7 innings.
Popped up left side of the diamond. And the shortstop Lowry's underneath it as he comes in a couple of steps. So 2 outs. So how is Drew Pomeranz adjusting second and third time through the order? And interesting, Ray, less fastballs, more curveballs as he works his way through the lineup the second time and the third time. So you talk a lot about hitters adjusting as the game goes on, but the pitcher has to do the exact same thing. So quite a few more curveballs as his performances go on.
One of the important jobs for a catcher, and I don't think there are any catchers anywhere in baseball that don't prepare by looking at scouting reports and video, but still a lot depends on calling a game, catching, and pitchers who rely on the catchers to know how to set up hitters. You always remember what hitters have done. It takes a lot more than the old tools of ignorance that's placed on a catcher. You have to know what hitters do from at bat to at bat, because another follow through, or did that just get him underneath? Got him
he
again
got
on
hit
top.
on the head again with the bat.
See, Ibar released his top hand and followed through, but see, that's what normal hitters do. What Ibar just did. He reached out and wanted to make sure he's okay. We didn't see that Sunday, and that's what upset a few of the A's players. But man, is Derek Norris. That's twice on Sunday and this one tonight. And hitters a lot of times will release the top hand, and when they don't make contact, the bat just completely goes through. And that's a normal distance. That's not getting too close. Sometimes a catcher will get too close and get hit. Worry more about catcher's interference by getting too close, but you really cannot avoid a big follow through by the hitters.
So you think in this case, the fact that he's gotten hit a little bit more lately, it's just a stroke of bad luck.
Yeah, and the hitter following through with the big looping swing.
Runner goes, and nobody's covering second, and Hamilton will slide in with a head-first slide. He took off on first move, and Pomeranz went to first, but the middle infielders did not really cover.
Well, 0-2 count, and it's not a pitch out, it's a steal, so that's why Pomeranz saw him take off and did it himself. But the key pitch right now is the hitter, and that's with 2 strikes and 2 outs to Ibar. But it does put Hamilton in scoring position.
0-2 pitch, good breaking ball, and Ibar just got a piece of it. This is what happened to Norris on Sunday.
See the big follow through in the swing.
So it's always scary. And he did have to leave the game. But said after the game he was fine. Yeah. 0-2 pitch is popped up. Punto is back. He's under it. He's got it. Side retired. So Hamilton stranded at second, and we're scoreless after 4 in Anaheim. To CSNCA fan photo. Put your name and hometown down for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast. It's all brought to you by AT&T, and we appreciate the photo from Mike and Sandy Cavender from Tracy. Having a good time. Mike and Sandy, they may come out to the ballpark this weekend for the Yankees, or maybe they want to see the Rangers or the Red Sox during this homestand.
Regardless,
they may come to a couple games.
And those are 3 good teams to come and watch. So
it'll be fun.
Have to be ready.
A little business for the A's to take care of tonight and tomorrow night.
Hey, you know, when
heading home,
and when you get hit in the head, you're always leading off the game, leading off the next inning.
Great, just what you want.
Yeah, you make a good play, you lead off, or you get hit in the head with a follow through and a swing.
Norris had a base hit with 1 out in the 2nd inning. He was stranded. First pitch, a curveball in there for strike. So Hector Santiago has been good. That Norris hit is the only hit that he has allowed. He has struck out 4, and he's retired 8 in a row. So I think he's glad to be back in the big leagues.
Yes, he is. He's pitching like he wants to stay. Angels would like to see that happen. You know, Cap, we talk so much about the new collision rules and plays at the plate, but just what's happened to Derek Norris.
Sure.
And what happens to catchers in general with foul balls off the mask or follow through. The bat is very hard, and you get hit on top of the helmet. You know, you have the protection, but you can just see in what happened Sunday and tonight with the follow through and the hits. But you know, we're also experiencing in this stadium, of course, Chris Iannetta, the other catcher besides Hank Conger, seems to get hit a few times as well. But Mike Scioscia, probably known as one of the best at blocking the plate, and would always take a hit. This other guy in the A's dugout named Chili Davis, who they had some confrontations, and it was interesting listening to those conversations yesterday around the cage, and how Chili Davis came in one time as with the Giants to score. Mike Scioscia gave him a lane to slide to, and so as Chili said, I just said it, take the lane, and all of a sudden Scioscia closed the lane and crushed him. So the next time it happened, he gave him the lane, and as Scioscia caught the ball, see, that's what you do. When you get hit in the head, that's what you do. But Scioscia said he saw Chili coming down the line, and Chili said, to heck with the lane. And Scioscia caught the ball and said he realized it was going to be a hit.
Yeah. I think I've seen video of that.
Mike Scioscia said he got hit so hard by Chili Davis, it unsnapped his chest protector and took it off of his body. And his helmet flew, or his mask flew, and he said he held onto the ball somehow, and he said, just get up and pretend you're not hurt.
Easy to say, right?
Yeah, easy to say. And he said, I just want to make sure I walk to the correct dugout, because he was so dazed he didn't know what to do.
Moss with a bunt attempt. He fouls it into the seats, so Moss looked down to third, saw Freese over quite a ways towards second base. Really, anything near an average to good bunt is going to be a base hit. Freese comes in a little bit, but still, he's not going to be able to handle a ball bunted anywhere toward the line.
And that's a smart play, and not a bad idea to try it again by Brandon Moss. And actually, that throw over to first base, maybe to see if Moss was going to tip off whether he was going to bunt or not.
Moss grounded out to the pitcher's first at bat, hit a ball right off the end of his bat. And now it's 0-2. So he gave the bunt a try on the first pitch. Now he's behind in the count, 0-2.
Well, the one thing we've seen from Brandon Moss hitting against lefties going back to when he first came up in 2012. And the outfield playing him accordingly, because the outfield playing straight up. There's no shift in the outfield because Brandon Moss can display a lot of power using the whole outfield, any part, when he makes solid contact. There's some shots to left center at the Coliseum, not only to the wall but over the wall, and that's as straight up in the outfield as you could get. Trout just maybe a step or two to the left of second base.
Blanks to follow here in the top of the fifth inning. No score.
And that one inside.
That was supposed to be a fastball down and away. Conger called for a fastball. Look where he set up and look at the pitch. And that's not very good delivery of a pitch, especially against a left-hander. He almost made a mistake into the wheelhouse of Brandon Moss.
So 2-2 the count. And Derek Norris has both of the A's hits. And they're going to get Norris at second as he took off, and he's out. And that's the first out. So Norris going on first move, but Santiago had other ideas.
Well, the count was 2-2. It wasn't 3-2. And Derek Norris, not a very big lead, and he was going to go on first move. He did, and it was a good play by the Angels to make the throw over again. They backed it up with another one.
And Moss steps out, and you know what? I think they're checking to see if he was safe, Ray.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
the pitch is going to be thrown.
Yeah.
They're still looking back in the dugout, and unfortunately it's too late, and it's a swing and a miss on a strikeout. But be interesting to see the replay. Was he safe? He may have been. Foot. There's the foot.
Yeah.
He's safe.
Did he ever tag him? Maybe that's what Derek Norris went back, and well, the ball got there in plenty of time, but he never did get it. And of course, James Hoyle, I think when the ball arrives that early, I guess an umpire's got to be saying, how could you miss him? Well, he did. That's a big play, and I don't know if this couldn't, because when Chip Hale got the phone, it was calling to see.
The fastball there from Santiago. The count is 1-1. Blanks hit a fly ball to center field in the second inning. And that one is a bit inside, but pretty good pitch by Santiago. Seems like his control kind of comes and goes, Ray.
Yeah.
Make a couple great pitches, hit the target, and then he'll go a small stretch where he misses the target badly. Right there, outside corner, perfect pitch, and it's 2-2.
And you think that with the 94-mile-an-hour fastball and that kind of control, at least throwing that kind of strike, then why is he 0-6?
Good question.
Sometimes you look at it and you wonder the record, why is it? But maybe just made the mistakes at the wrong time.
And a good fastball there as he threw it right by Blank. So a couple strikeouts for Santiago. He's got 6 in the game. Bottom of the 5th coming up. area baseball. Comcast Sportsnet California's Authentic Fan Fridays at the Coliseum this Friday. Yankees are in town. You're going to get a ticket in a value deck behind home plate, an authentic A's fan jersey, a cheer card, and a $6 food and drink voucher, all for one great price. The best deal in Bay Area baseball is Comcast Sportsnet's Authentic Fan Fridays. Log on to csncalifornia.com for details. And I can tell you that the Yankees are in town on Friday night. So there's fireworks, the Yankees, big crowd, so you may want to get on that. You want to sit up in the
A-team, too.
Well, most important, the A-team led by the big V, Vince Cotroneo.
I like that, the big V.
Yeah.
The big Vinny.
Yeah. He's the man in charge of the A-team. Nobody drives the A-team quite like Vinny. So it's Cowgill to lead things off. He'll be followed by Conger and then the top of the order, Kendrick. No score here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Pitcher's duel between Pomeranz and Santiago. Cowgill had a one-out single. It was in the third inning. That's also the inning that the Angels left the bases loaded.
I'm not surprised that it's an A's and Angels game that's close. This is scoreless.
This one is popped up, and it'll be into the seats below us.
I think there'd been a lot more importance of this series, although it's every series, every game's important. But this last couple of weeks of the season, from the Angels standpoint, trying to chase the A's would love to have this kind of lead going into the last couple of weeks. But it is still just early June.
Toward Gentry, who trots in a couple steps, and he's got it for the first out here in the bottom of the fifth. Keeping an eye on the Yankees and the Mariners, who are starting their three-game series in Seattle tonight. It's the Yankees 2 and the Mariners 1 at the top of the fifth inning. Tanaka's pitching for the Yankees, Ray. So, as we like to do the pitching math, he's pitching tonight. That means he's probably going to pitch Sunday against the A's. Tanaka 9-1 with a 2.02 ERA coming into his start tonight. And again, the Yankees are winning 2-1 in the fifth inning. For the Mariners, who have won 8 out of 9, that's the start of an 8-game homestand. And they're playing good baseball.
Now, do the Yankees have Thursday off also?
Nope.
They don't, so they're straight through.
That's a 3-game series in Seattle. Yankees got rained out yesterday in Kansas City.
That's right.
So we'll keep a close eye on that game. And the Mariners are feeling pretty good. They're 34-29, and they're 4.5 back of the A's in the West. So they're trying to make it interesting. The Marlins are leading the Rangers 8-5 in the top of the ninth inning. So interleague series going on there in Arlington. That's actually just a 2-game series.
That must be their natural rivalry now.
Yeah, that's their the rivalry. The Rangers will be at Seattle this weekend.
The Rangers now with the Astros in the American League West. The Rangers have a floating rivalry.
A little bit, yep. No longer are the Astros their geographical interleague rival. Up and away to Hank Conger. So 3-2 the count.
And that's the pitch that Pomeranz was getting a strikeout earlier in the season, or earlier in his starting assignments, and that was a location inside and the fastball away. Conger, though, would not offer at it.
Three-2 pitch is hit toward Gentry, who backs up a little bit on this one. He's under it, and that's the second out.
How many times did we see a pitcher wants to try to fool somebody 3-2? And in reality, you say, here's my best fastball, try to hit it. Well, he did it. to Congo in 3-2. He did it also to Calgo 2-1, or 1-2. But basically fastballs and straightaway center. Freeze hit one straightaway center. Biggest part of the diamond. In all parks, center field's always the deepest. Some deeper than other, but this is a good place to have them hit here.
And that argument of, well, what if he hits it out? Well, listen,
tip your hat.
He's nothing against Hank Conger, but we're using him as an example. Hank Conger's come to the. He's got 91 at bats. He's got 3 home runs. Yeah. So it's probably not going to happen.
I think what Mike Butch, a pitching coach, said, and he talked about pitching inside the comfort zone, either up and in, middle, or down. But you have to be able to pitch inside. He said otherwise, if you can't, you pitch them away, tip your hat if they hit it out the opposite field. And that's what Pomeranz pretty much did to Conger. Challenged him with a fastball, let him try to hit it out.
Nice easy inning for Drew Pomeranz. He's retired 6 in a row. So both guys very sharp tonight. As we head to the 6th, it'll be Callaspo, Punto, and Gentry. No score.
Second A's Community Fund Bowling Bash presented by Chevron and Lagunitas and supported by Crystal Clear Imaging and Sharp Investments. The bash takes place Saturday, June 21st at Earl Anthony's Dublin Bowl. Proceeds will benefit the A's Community Fund.
Top of the 6th inning, and it's a 0-0 game. Both teams with a couple of hits, and both guys on the mound very sharp, including Angels' Hector Santiago, who goes to work. He's given up a couple hits, both to Norris, and he's got 6 strikeouts. And the first pitch to Callaspo is in for a strike. Pomeranz 5 innings, 2 hits. Santiago 5 innings, 2 hits. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Ray, we just found out that Tanaka is not pitching tonight. He's scheduled to pitch tomorrow. If that's the case, that's Wednesday, then he's not going to pitch against the A's this weekend in Oakland.
Great point. You're
so
right.
that the rain out probably helps the A's miss Tanaka.
Although they probably were looking forward to seeing it because they did well against him last Thursday in the start that Pomeranz had. They just gave up 1 run, but went to 6 innings because the A's did such a good job of taking the split finger fastball.
Hit high and foul into the upper deck. So 1-2 to Callaspo, Punto to follow, and then Gentry for the A's. Callaspo hit a fly ball to right field. That was in the 3rd inning. And he hits this one to center, hit well, but Trout's going to get back. And Trout, a step away from the warning track, he grabs it for the first out. Oh, that'll bring up Punto. Well, the struggles continue for the Tampa Bay Rays. It's unbelievable.
Shut out again?
They were shut out again. Adam Wainwright and the St. Louis Cardinals shut out the Rays 1-0. And that is the 3rd consecutive game that the Rays have been shut out.
All in St. Pete, right?
That is unbelievable. Beach ball on the field. Have never been able to quite understand that. So the Rays have now lost 14 out of their last 15 games. David Price said it best. Said something to the effect of, I can't believe what's going on.
Yeah. Well, you know, their manager Joe Madden can't believe it. First time in his time managing the Rays, if that's ever happened.
Well, you lose 14 out of 15. Whether you have a talented roster or not, and they certainly do. How can you not shake your head? 2-0 now to Nick Punto, who struck out looking in the 3rd inning.
Well, there's one family that's very happy. There's several guys from down in this area that get a chance to have family members, and see Tommy Malone tonight. His family will be here as he's pitching the final game of the series. Nick Punto was mentioned by his dad Lou, who was drafted by the Red Sox in 1967 but didn't sign. But he lives in the area. Nick, of course, lives down here, and he's been able to bring his team, the OSB, Old School Baseball team, into.
That's fun.
Yeah, it's so he's very happy about that, and always happy to see his son Nick Punto. Loved it last year when he played for the Dodgers.
Ooh,
you know,
yeah,
because he was at home here.
Sounds like a handful of A's players who, after tomorrow night's game, are just going to stay.
Right.
Guys who live in
Sure.
the Southern California area, because the A's have, of course, an off day on Thursday, so a chance for them to stay at home.
They won't get to arrive in the Bay Area at 2 or 3 in the morning.
Nope. Ty Waller, just south of here near San Diego.
I think Nick Punto lives a half hour from here. Tommy Malone, close. So there'll probably be several. Jesse Chavez.
Another foul ball.
Even Casey Chavez lives, I think, in the area. His family does, and so he said he always enjoys coming here to see the family.
And yes, Jesse Chavez is driving the 1965 automobile that he always does.
That's right, Continental.
Said he got it in 2010.
Well,
got an engine fixed. Said the wiring may need a little work soon, but that's all right.
Well, 65, it's ancient, man.
Another foul ball. Punto hanging in there, giving Santiago a good battle. Beautiful night at the ballpark. I don't know of a time when we've ever had anything close to uncomfortable weather here in Anaheim, unless it's very, very warm. Strike 3 called. Punto, heck of an at bat, but he tried to hold up, and it may have been called a strike either way.
Well, inside corner and probably held up, but I think Bob Davidson, because Nick immediately pointed to first base and wanted to appeal there, but I think Davidson had already called it. No, he didn't even look like he thought initially he was appealing to first base, but that's all on Bob Davidson.
First pitch to Gentry is lined to right, and that's a base hit. So Gentry not going to wait around. So hit number 3 for the A's, and Lowry will hit.
Well, first pitch fastball, similar to what we've seen some of the Angels do against Drew Pomeranz when they got a fastball. And Gentry, of course, blessed with a lot of speed. Saw the pickoff move by Santiago, getting Derek Norris going on first move. Pujols, though, might have to rush a little bit more if Gentry does the same thing.
The Gentry has been perfect. He's 11 for 11 in steal attempts. And that's just this year. Stretch back to last year, he's stolen 23 consecutive bases. So not only great speed, but a good base stealer as well.
Well, this is a case where maybe the threat of Gentry doing something and the attention paid by the pitcher Santiago will help Jed Lowry get a pitch, because he hits the ball in the gap. It's an easy run because of the speed of Gentry. Shading him towards right center, Lowry the hitter, but a huge gap in left center.
Great percentage in his career. Hector Santiago knows that. He's going to keep a close eye on.
And Jed Lowry is just going to have to be patient.
Yes, he is.
When you're a hitter and you have a threat at first base, then you have to prepare yourself, but also be prepared if the throw goes to first instead up to the plate.
And the pitch is inside to Lowry, who has struck out and fouled out. This will be a good time for Lowry to bust out of this slump. He's 0 for his last 18 now. Not going, and Lowry hits it high and foul down the right field line.
Well, it's important for a pitcher with a threat of a stolen base to change his deliverance, and it looked like that time the delivery was a quick pitch. He's kind of looked at Gentry and quickly threw to the plate. Lowry a little late on the swing. Most runners still say they can read lefties better than righties. We'll see. Because Gentry has Santiago looking right at him. It's always the front foot. How far does it go back? And of course, that time stayed in front of the rubber. And that allows him to go to the plate or to first base. If he crosses back towards the second baseman, then he has to throw to the plate. Crossing that plane is the key. Tommy's got a great shot there.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah. Just watch the front foot. If it goes straight up, he can go either direction. He had to go to the plate there. See, and that's a perfect shot, because when his foot went back towards second, that's when he had to throw to the plate. Kevin Jepson, the hard-throwing right-hander.
So 91 pitches for Santiago. Another throw at first, so Gentry certainly has the attention of Santiago.
You know, sometimes too, just watching Santiago, it's the right foot, and maybe the toe will start back towards second, and that's kind of an indication. Good base runners will look at a lot of different things, because when he comes straight up, it's kind of the foot is straight towards first base, but sometimes when he kind of turns his right foot towards second, that's when he heads back far enough that he has to throw to the plate. And maybe that is something that a runner might be able to see. Yep.
Gentry goes, and Conger's not even going to make a throw. So Gentry finally got the good read, and he steals the bag. 12 for 12 this year.
Now watch the foot. Watch the right foot. He's got to go to the plate. Whenever it goes that far, and the pitching rubber, the slab, is the key. And Gentry is off, and Conger, the smart thing, just to eat it, not do it. But just the threat, and all of a sudden it's a 3-1 count. And a great jump by Gentry. Stole it easily.
So the A's, a runner in scoring position, just the second time tonight. Norris got to second base with 2 outs in the second inning. 3-1 pitch. He's fouled back. So full count.
Oh, we all just dream about running that fast.
I bet he walks faster than I run.
Yeah, all of us.
So 3-2, big pitch. Here it comes, and it's inside, and Lowry walks. So Donaldson's going to get a chance to hit. It's the first walk issued by Santiago, and Donaldson gets in the box, but we get a Mike Butcher meeting at the mound.
And while Mike Butcher's out visiting with his pitcher, how about these? Brian, great numbers coming up about Craig Gentry's career stolen bases against left-handers. 39 stolen bases, only 4 caught stealing against lefties. Against righties, 29 caught stealing 6. That's impressive. And they say you read lefties better. Well, I think Gentry's perfect proof of that.
Yeah.
But that's just a good base stealer to be able to pick up something that lefty might be doing, and whatever Santiago did, Gentry read it perfectly. And you only caught 4 times, 43 attempts with a left-handed pitcher. That's a great success rate.
So 2 on, 2 out for Donaldson. He has struck out and he has grounded out. The first pitch, a breaking ball, and he takes a rip at it, fouls it to the second level.
Think of the fastball that young Ramirez making his major league debut in New York threw to Donaldson. He crushed the home run left center in the bullpen. He's getting a lot of breaking pitches since then, and that foot just not getting up and down. That time was a fastball.
We're just not used to seeing Donaldson in a funk offensively.
No.
It just does not happen very often.
See, the foot got down and the bat's still behind him. And I think that's the key. He's talking about the foot up. Well, if it gets up and stays up, by the time it starts to hit the ground, the bat is in the hitting zone, and he's just a little behind on his swing, especially that good fastball.
So 0-2. And Donaldson's going to step out and think about it. Where Conger sets up. That's the fastball up, and he threw it up there, no swing. John Tumpane says Donaldson held up.
Well, you'd think that umpires would have been afraid after hearing what was called. They yelled, but it was not called, and actually a good call because that did not pass through the hitting zone.
Gentry at second, Lowry at first. 1-2 the count. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Straight fastball, and Donaldson strikes out. So the A's strand a pair. And we're going to the bottom of the 6th inning. Still 0-0. improving. First full 2 seasons. 320 average, 50 home runs, 200 runs scored combined, obviously. DiMaggio, Williams, Pujols, and Mike Trout. The only 4 guys to do it. Again, that's combined 2 seasons, the first 2 seasons in their careers. An average of at least 320 with 50 home runs and 200 runs. Wow.
That's pretty good.
That is good.
Especially those 2 guys on the left in black and white photos, and then you come to bottom there, and those 2 guys on the same team.
Yeah, well, if you're on a list with a couple guys that are in black and white photos, that means
right. That's right.
It's been around for a long time, and Pujols and Trout are both on there. Wow. And it'll be Trout to lead it off with Pujols to follow, and then Hamilton in the bottom of the 6th inning. Trout with a fly ball to left and a walk. And the first pitch is a fastball outside. So Trout sitting at 292 with 45 RBIs. Takes a rip at that one, fouls it into the 3rd deck.
I remember the grand slam that Trout hit Saturday night against Chris Sale. 3-2 pitch. I said, was that a changeup? He said, yes. Can you believe it? I said, no, I can't. And here's a guy with an outstanding curveball and a fastball, and he threw him a 3-2 changeup with the bases loaded and a 4-run lead, hit a grand slam to tie it. And I said, he's got a great breaking pitch down and in the back foot. He said, I kept looking for it. He never threw it. He tried to throw a back door, ended up hitting a changeup for a grand slam. That's how good and talented this young man is. That throws 95, and he hits a changeup on 3-2 when he probably was looking fastball.
2-1 pitch, not close. Now it's 3-1. Trout's extension was a 6-year, $144 million deal, which starts next year and runs through 2020. There's an option for a 7th year. And he's got a leadoff walk. So the speedy Trout has his 2nd walk of the night.
Well, didn't really have to be worried about the first move with Trout on base because of his speed. At one time when Trout was hitting in front of Pujols, he was not stealing a lot of bases because he was instructed not to steal because he didn't want to take the bat out of the hand of Pujols. But I think that's kind of gone to the wayside.
Well, Trout's rookie year, he had 49 steals. Last year, he had 33. And this year, he's 6 for 6 in steals. Pujols hits one high and foul, right side. So Mike Trout is 22 years old, right? So he'll be 28, 29 years old when that contract runs out. Most of the time, that's right in the middle of
prime time.
Of your career. Prime of his career is at the age of 22. Unbelievable. And he's from the East Coast.
Yeah.
And they asked him about, well, Anaheim, I mean, do you like it that much that you want to stay here? He said, well, it's 75 to 85 degrees at game time every day. The beach is down the street. Well, I mean, what more do you want? Donaldson, what a play. Gets up, fires to second, and he fires it into right field. Trout gets up. He's going to go to third. Pujols taken for second, and he's safe. So the Angels are going to have runners at second and third and nobody out.
But Josh Donaldson, we have seen last night, tonight, it's all about throwing. And they're going to check on the look like there may be a challenge at second base. This ball in the dirt, not able to be handled. And I think they're walking around to see if Pujols it was out at second base, and this ball clearly into right field, but the throw coming back in by Moss, and that's why they're not getting on the mound and checking to see if there was a play to at least consider at second base.
Now let's take a look on our replays, see if they tell us anything.
Well, it was bang bang, and he was safe. That's why they decided to play the infield in to the left side, back on the right side. But you know what could have been, if Donaldson makes a good throw, it would have been a double play.
Well, here's Hamilton, and Hamilton with a shot right center field, a base hit. Trump comes in to score. They're going to hold Pujols. Pujols runs right through the stop sign, and he is out. I have no idea what Albert Pujols was doing. He was being held up by DiSarcina, and he was holding him up the whole way, and he ran right through him. And the A's say thank you very much as they get the out at home.
Hanging curveball, and the breaking ball's got Hamilton the first at bat. This was a hanger though, and just a bullet past Pujols, and Brandon Moss probably as shocked as anybody to see that Pujols was running two-hopper to the plate, and then DiSarcina was stopping him all the way, and Pujols just kept running, and he was out by a bunch.
So it is an RBI. More action for Donaldson. Fires this one to second. Out at second and out at first. What a double play. And the Angels may take a look at this one as Socha comes running out. So we're going to keep it right here just for a moment. Boy, that was a very close play at first.
Bob Davidson trying to tell the A's to stay on the field, but they're coming off the field. And they are going to look at it, I think. But Donaldson to second. Punto a quick throw to first, and Freeze inconclusive. And I think no review.
All right, so there will not be a review. The Angels get one, so it's 1-0 after 6.
Fine pitchers duel for the first 5 innings anyway. Drew Pomeranz got the big strikeout there. Another strikeout with a good curveball. This guy Santiago steps in tonight for Skaggs and does a tremendous job for 6 innings, giving up just a couple of hits, making 3 hits, and season high 8 strikeouts. And here's a hanging breaking ball that Hamilton for a base hit, but Albert Pujols ran through the stop sign. Another assist by Brandon Moss, throwing him out at the plate. And then the very next pitch, a bullet hit by Freeze. 5-4-3 double play. And in very quick, short order, that error looms large again, because instead of it still being scoreless, it's now 1-0, an unearned run scored.
When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. As Kevin Jepson comes in. 27th appearance. Lots of strikeouts for Jepson. been in the big leagues for a while with the Angels, and we've seen him be pretty good, and we've seen him really struggle. He's just been inconsistent with the Angels. First batter he faces is Cespedes, and the first pitch is up and in. Hector Santiago has to be thrilled with those numbers. Just 3 hits and 6 shutout innings with 8 strikeouts.
He got 1 walk, and that was it.
Yep. On the ground to Freese, hit hard, but Freese scoops it up and he throws out Cespedes. So Cespedes has hit a couple balls hard tonight, but he has grounded out 3 times. Jepson is 29 years old. This is 5th year in the big leagues. And the Angels have made a bunch of changes in their bullpen. They've called up some youngsters, Corey Rasmus, and Mike Bourne, and Cam Bedrosian, who is the son of Steve Bedrosian. Where they had some of their better pitching prospects in the minor leagues. They were relievers, and they decided it was time to get a couple of the kids up.
Derek Norris with a couple of hits tonight against Santiago. We have seen at times when Bob Melvin has gone to a left-handed bat, but in this case he might be saving. This is 7th inning, saving left-handed bats, especially John Jace, who's had success hitting late inning home runs, and maybe saving him until later if necessary.
More action for Freese on a broken bat grounder. Norris is out.
Time now for the Ford right choice, and last inning so much happened so quickly. Josh Donaldson finished the inning. Freese, a play that went around the horn, 5-4-3, and a very quick turn and a call at first base on a close play, but this time a good throw. And for some reason before, Donaldson did not make the same type of throw. Goes in the right field. On and run scores, and that's the difference in the game, but a nice double play turn to end the inning.
So with 2 outs, Moss hits inside. Moss skips out of the way. Moss tonight with a grounder back to the pitcher and a strikeout. Moss now 0 for 6 in the series with 4 strikeouts. The thing with Moss, though, is he may do that, and then he hits one out of the ballpark. Yeah. 2-0 pitch is low, 3-0. Be interesting to see if that situation arises in this game, but who will be the closer for the Angels tonight?
Well, meanwhile, you figure Mike Scioscia knows that Brandon Moss probably has the green light. It's a question whether his hard-throwing right-hander is going to prove a fastball or try to go to the corner or throw the sinking fastball.
.96 miles an hour for a strike, 3-1. Ernesto Frieri, who got the save last night, has pitched in 4 consecutive games. I can't imagine he would be available tonight. We said that last night, and he came in and got the save. And there's a 2-out walk. So Blanks will hit.
And he's been called back for Coco.
Blanks will not hit.
Moss can come into play first, and Coco to the outfield. The old interchangeables.
Coco to hit for Blanks here in the 7th inning. And Jepson just standing on the side of the mound waiting for Coco.
So there's a batting cage down behind the Athletics dugout, so he could actually go in to that area and take some balls off a tee. But evidently he didn't, because it took a lot of time out in the on-deck circle.
So 4 for 6 against Jepson in his career. And maybe a little 2-out rally. First pitch to Coco. That's into shallow right center, and that's going to fall. And Moss hustles to third, and Coco on the first pitch he sees hits a little blooper in the right field, right center field, and the A's now have first and third, 2 outs.
Off the end of the bat, and how many times have we seen big swing and the ball doesn't go very far? And Coco, Trout did not get a particularly great jump on the ball.
So Callaspo to try to tie it up.
Yeah, you want to start looking forward to 2 outs. Ball in the dirt,
sure,
wild
anything,
pitch, pass ball, air. With a club that was scoring a whole bunch of runs at one time, right now scuffling to try to get the big hit, especially with a couple of outs. Also a little maybe defensive strategy in the event Coco were to try to take off. Do they throw through? Say yes, since that's a potential go-ahead run. Not want to let him just coast into second base. Now Callaspo is being called back right at the last instant, and John Jaso is going to pinch hit.
Well, this is where it's interesting, Ray. The Angels have 0 left-handers in their bullpen, which I just cannot figure that out. How you can't have a lefty in your bullpen, but they do not.
They had Alvarez at one time. He's gone, but Jaso now is, of course, this is a DH spot.
They have 7 right-handers in their bullpen, 0 left-handers. So Jaso to hit for Callaspo.
And the critical pitch really is the first pitch, because when Jaso has pinch hit, he has not waited around. Baltimore pinched hit late on Friday. Came through with a double, and for a vote drove him in.
So another pivotal point in the ball game with the Angels leading 1-0. And the first pitch to Jaso, and indeed he takes a rip at that first pitch. But
this is a pinch hit against Ferrari, and that was a 2-run home run that gave the A's the lead, and they won 3-2. That was an off-speed pitch, first pitch, because they probably remembered, as we all do, that he likes the first pitch fastball.
Well, he had a big pinch hit home run here last year as well, early in the year. Same type of
Jepson
situation, and it was against Jepson.
3-run shot. It's probably why I threw him a changeup first pitch this time.
Jaso, very upright stance, 0-1. And a good swing there, hits it foul down the left field line, so now it's 0-2. Jaso here in this ballpark, highest batting average, 373. Melky Cabrera has the highest batting average in this ballpark.
How about that guy, Dwayne Kuiper?
360.
What year was that? Got Corey Snyder below him, so that's going back a little ways.
Oh, 0-2. And the pitch, and Jaso hits a little flare to left. Hamilton's coming in, and he's got it. So Jepson gets himself out of the jam, and we have reached the 7th inning stretch, and the Angels have a 1-0 lead. 1-0. So Coco Crisp, as expected, stays in the game in center. Gentry goes to right, and Moss comes in to play first. So C.J. Cron to lead it off. He'll be followed by Ibar and then Cowgill. Pomeranz at 83 pitches. He's been good. He's got into a little trouble in the 6th inning, but an error certainly was a big part of that inning when the Angels scored the only run in the game.
He's had some unearned runs last night that hurt them, cost them.
Cron has hit a fly ball to left, and he's popped out to short. He hits that one hard. Ball comes up on Lowry, but he stays with it. So 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. Stu Pomeranz was put in the rotation and he stretched out a little bit, but the first couple starts, maybe the first 3 even, he was kind of on we're watching him.
Yeah.
He had a number of pitches that we're going to let him get to, and not much after that. But he's pretty much fair game now.
Yep.
He can go as long as he's being successful. Well, Ibar steps in, bluffs a bunt, and it's a strike. Ibar has popped out twice to Nick Punto.
Really, it's too bad because the unearned run is the one that cost Pomeranz his last start against the Yankees,
right.
The Gardner home run, but it was also an unearned run that scored.
The breaking ball again, 0-2. Well, the A's now with the air tonight with 45 errors on the season. That's the 3rd most in the American League. Lowry, nice play, quick throw, and Moss came off the bag. So Ibar's going to be safe. Lowry slipped right after he released the throw.
Talk about somebody running out of the batter's box, and that's what Ibar did. And it's a very good job trying to keep his foot on the bag. Lowry did not waste any time, got rid of it quickly. I think he might have just been called safe, Cap. I don't know that that shot didn't have him pulling his foot off the bag. That it was called safe by John Champagne, and no argument by the A's.
I think you may be right. So it's a hit for Ibar, and that's the 4th hit for the Angels. Both teams with 4 hits. And here's Colin Cowgill. Ibar, the runner at first, has 4 steals. He's been thrown out 4 times this year. Cowgill hits it hard to Donaldson. Guns it to second for 1. Double play. So Donaldson playing right even with the bag. Scooped it up, and a double play turned by the Athletics. So we're on to the 8th. 1-0 Angels.
is presented by authority of the Oakland Athletics and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Athletics Investment Group, LLC.
Celebrate the A's speedy center fielder with your very own Cocoa Crisp Garden Gnome, presented by Grant Thornton LLP. Get your tickets now for the A's Red Sox game, Sunday, June 22nd, when 20,000 fans will go home with a Cocoa Gnome. For information and tickets, visit athletics.com/tickets today.
I will look forward to that. 22nd to Pomeranz. Another very, very good outing. 7 innings, and he's getting handshakes. Lost a tough game his last start. He pitched great. Let's hope that's not the case tonight.
He's seeing another pitcher out of the bullpen, and with Morin coming in to pitch this 8th inning, if the Angels had the lead, you'd have to think that Joe Smith is going to be called upon to try to close it out.
That would make sense. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change tune-up and smog experts. It's Mike Morin. 1.06 ERA for Morin.
Pitched an inning against the Athletics last Sunday in Weaver's start. Gave up a hit to Josh Donaldson. It was a pass ball, ended up striking out Stephen Vogt with a runner in scoring position. Fastball, 2 and 4 seam, slider, and changeup.
He's 23 years old, and again, we mentioned a couple innings ago, Ray, that the Angels went to the minor leagues and got 3 of their best young arms, and Warren is one of them. He's 6'4", 220 pounds. And pitched at a terrific baseball program, the University of North Carolina. So he's got his first taste of the big leagues.
Stephen Vogt in the on-deck circle to pinch hit for Craig Gentry.
Fastball inside.
So the versatility of the Athletics allowing Gentry, who stayed in the game but moved over. But now Stephen Vogt proving he can play the outfield. It's going to pinch hit for Gentry.
This one's popped up, and it should reach the seats, and it will. About 3 rows back behind the Angels dugout. So 1-2 to Punto, who has struck out twice. Both times struck out looking. And that one in the dirt, 2-2. Ray, you see where the authenticator sits here at
the
ballpark?
That, yeah.
Check out this seat. He may have the best seat in the house.
That's right.
Look at this.
And he gives over there, him and the ball. No, it's not worthy. Nah, that's a wild pitch.
Look at that.
That's it. I know.
What a great seat.
I've seen him there, and
goodness,
they just cut out a section and
like
placed him right in there.
VIP.
That's right. Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's a fair ball down the third base line. Punto hits the bag at first, and he's going to have a leadoff double.
That shows you the importance of authentication, that he's there. Also shows you the importance of Nick Punto battling, as he always does, and lays the ball down the line with a sinker, a high fastball running away from him. He just drops the head of the bat, no stride. And you know, somewhere in the stands, his dad Lou, with old school baseball, saying, "That's my son." It's good play, good start for this 8th inning.
So the 5th hit for the A's, and it's their first extra base hit, and it's a big one. Leading off the top of the 8th inning, down by 1. It's Cam Bedrosian starting to throw. So here's Vogt hitting for Gentry. And the first pitch is in the first strike.
And Vogt was the hitter that Marlins struck out in that game, in Weaver's game. So at least he's facing him. He knows what he throws. Has an idea right now, trying to roll over on a pitch to the right side. Worst case, advance Punto to third.
No check. So the count 1-1 with Lowry in the on-deck circle. Lowry will be followed by Donaldson. Ibar trying to keep Punto close. And that one is rolled toward Pujols, who scoops it up. Underhands. And the out is at first. And a nice job by Vogt as he gets the tying run to third with one out. So the A's have done half the battle, Ray. Now they got him over. Now they got to get him in.
Yeah, well, that's the key. And well, you always like to see a player who makes an out get all the high fives, and that's exactly what has happened. And Lowry now with runner third, infield in.
So the meeting is over. Yankees leading the Mariners. It's now 3-2 in the bottom of the 8th inning. Seattle had tied it, and the Yankees have grabbed the lead back.
First time in this series that the A's have had a runner at third, less than 2 outs. Of course, the infield will play in as that is a potential tying run.
First pitch to Lowry is a bit outside. Santiago went 6 innings, Jepson the 7th, and Morin here in the 8th. Lowry takes inside 2-0.
Back-to-back sliders, and you know, I don't like to think about it and see what Jed Lowry does and how this continues, but I don't know if they're really that concerned if they walk Jed Lowry.
We got Donaldson scuffling right now.
It's another slider. And I think it's just trying to make, maybe that's why Conger went out to talk to him. There's the slider again. And so you throw that many, you're pretty much saying we want you to swing and hit our pitch. If not, we're not opposed to walking. Don't want to intentionally walk because that's a potential go-ahead run that you put on base, but throw a lot of sliders. And Jed Lowry maybe set in his mind what they're trying to do to him.
Yeah, there's that changeup, and the scouting reports say that is his best pitch, and it just kind of float. Watch this one just float and then just move away from that left-handed hitter.
And they're not pitching to him. They're not pitching to him, and Jed Lowry is. If they throw a fastball now, just be prepared to foul it off, but try to sit soft.
2-2 pitch. There's a shot to right field. And Cowgill races back. He's got it. But Lowry's going to get the job done as Punto steams home. And we're tied at 1 on a sacrifice fly from Lowry as he hit that ball right on the nose. And Cowgill spun around a little bit, but he was able to make the catch.
And maybe he was sitting fastball the whole way and never got one until then. 2-2 right down the middle. And plenty of time, no reason to leave early, so got him over, got him in, and that's good fundamental baseball. That is old school baseball.
First pitch to Donaldson, swings and misses. Donaldson 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts and a ground out so far. And now it's 0-2. Well, the A's have scored against Mike Morin here in the top of the 8th inning. Hamilton in. Hamilton's got it side retired. So Punto with the double, Lowry with the sac fly, and it's a 1-1 game as we head to the bottom of the 8th. Here's our game summary brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. 1-5-1 for the Athletics, 1-4-0 for the Angels. A unearned run allowed by Drew Pomeranz in 7 innings. Hector Santiago, 6 shutout innings. The A's tied it in the top of the 8th inning. Well, that's our Toyota game summary. Now it's time for change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change tune-up and smog experts. As Luke Gregerson comes in. So it is now a matchup of the bullpens. So Stephen Vogt, as we figured, stays in the game, and he's going to play right field. So Vogt in right. Gentry's out of the game. Gregerson has finished up his warm-up tosses. He's going to face Conger, Kendrick, and Trout here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Another great performance by Drew Pomeranz. And you leave after 7 innings, giving up just 1 earned run, or an unearned run, and turn it on the bullpen. He's essentially done his job.
Gregerson last pitched on Friday in Baltimore, and he pitched a couple of innings in that game. So he's had some time off. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, so he should be fresh. And he's been pitching very well as of late. Conger with a walk and a fly ball to center field so far in tonight's ball game. Just a bit outside. The Marlins beat the Rangers tonight 8-5 in Texas. So the Rangers have lost 6 out of 8. And they are now 3 games under the 500 mark in Texas. Strike, and it's 2-2. Conger thought maybe it was a bit outside.
Probably because the previous pitch was called a ball, and it almost looks like the same spot. That two-seam fastball sinking away, and this time Bob Davidson put the right arm up.
2-2 pitch. Got him. Conger strikes out.
Well, it's amazing what one pitch does. Instead of 3-1, it's 2-2, and a good hard slider.
So now to the top of the order, and Howie Kendrick. Kendrick takes a first pitch slider that drops in for a strike. He's 0 for 3 with a fly out, a strikeout, and a ground out so far. Slider stays high that time. So Kendrick 0 for 6 in the series. Another slider, and it's lined foul as Moss dove for it. He and John Tempane making sure everybody's okay.
Looked like he was guarding the line against extra bases and diving into foul territory, trying to catch a line drive. Good effort, and well, clearly in foul territory. Umpire's got to get out of the way.
Yep. So 1-2 to Kendrick. And the slider, Kendrick reaches for it. Looks like it got a little piece of Norris as well.
Exactly right. A late swing and kind of an emergency swing. Good slider. Derek Norris just gets hit in the head, on the foot, on the shin. All that equipment and nothing protects him.
Slider at 82 miles an hour. Gregerson's got it. It's an interesting delivery, Ray. It's kind of a short armor.
Yeah.
Kind of jumps at you a little bit.
Almost got him to chase a slider. Figured that's what he's going to try to get him to chase anyway.
Missed that time, and now it's 3-2. I would say it's a little bit of a unique delivery.
High leg kick, lands the foot, and throws a slider. Has to throw a little bit closer to try to get him to chase. That one he would not offer to pitch way out of the strike zone.
Three-two, and Kendrick with a pretty good take. A one-out base runner for the Angels here in the bottom of the eighth. So here comes Trout, and that'll get this crowd revved up a little bit. It's a good one. Hooked on Trout.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
It's an original. Trout. Oh, it took a long time to think of that one.
Let's see. Fish, hook,
Trout, River.
How about dangerous? How about that?
Oh, always. How about always? Yeah. For a lot of years.
Yeah, we're going to have to hold our breath with Mike Trout for a long time. He's hit a fly ball to left, and then he has walked twice, and he has scored the only run for the Angels. And that went in the dirt, and Norris blocks it. On deck is Albert Pujols. They're the thick of the order for the Angels. Trout with 12 home runs and 45 RBIs. And he chased a slider that was way outside, 1-1.
Well, these hitters know the scouting report for Gregerson is slider after slider. And Just looks so good sometimes. You go after it, no chance to make contact. That ball clearly out of the strike zone.
And Trout takes it. Well, surprising, Trout is actually second in the American League in strikeouts. He struck out 68 times this year. Only Tyler Flowers from the White Sox has struck out more.
Also dropped to second in the voting for the All-Star in the outfield. Still one of the starters. Bautista taking over.
And he rips that one down the left field line. Cespedes on the move. He's not going to get it. And it rolls off the side wall, and they're going to wave home Kendrick. The throw to the plate is there.
Oh, my
and
goodness.
They got him. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Cespedes did not pick it up cleanly. And when he finally did, he threw it all the way in the air. And Kendrick was out at the plate. And Scioscia's out to argue.
Now, ball goes off his glove, and then he kind of hesitated. He was getting ready to throw and then realized, I've got to throw. And you talk about a throw. They're going to look at the play. And quick throw. And if he doesn't drop the ball, it's going to be second and third. But it's there, and it's the first base umpire making the call. But an unbelievable throw all the way in the air. And I guess they can look at a couple of things. Did Derek Norris put his foot down and block? Or did he tag him right there? And if you got the upper leg, the bottom leg wasn't on the plate. So that's perhaps what they were looking at. But if he's out, that's the most remarkable throw and out you'll ever see. Checking on Derek Norris to see if he's okay.
So, you got to check on the...
Well, watch the front leg. If he gets him there, and the back leg has not reached the plate yet. And that's the key, because when you go into a pop-up slide or back on your back side, the front leg is up.
I think the A's may want to be more concerned about Norris's
Block,
foot blocking the plate,
yeah.
Unfortunately.
Except
but he was out.
Yeah, and they could also...
Yeah,
and
they're calling him out.
Yeah, you can't argue that. What a play. You will not see a throw like that in a long time. But again, he goes to the backside. The front foot is up. And you're right, Derek Norris, if he caught the ball, it was at the same time when he planted the foot. So when they look at it, Kyle, they do look at the positioning of the catcher and say for out. And this is an unbelievable throw all the way in the air. And once he missed the ball, I said, there's absolutely no chance they're not going to score. And then all of a sudden, here comes the throw by Yoenis Cespedes against the Angels. A week ago Saturday, threw out two at the plate, add another one to it. In the air all the way.
So Trout ends up at third. It goes as a double. So 8th outfield assist, most in the majors, and seems like they've all been spectacular. None more than that one. So Norris is okay. He got checked on.
Yeah.
His foot clipped a little bit. And he's not quite out of the woods yet. Now they got to face Pujols with Trout at third.
It goes as a double throw on the third, and of course no error because he threw out Kendrick at the plate.
1-0 to Pujols. And that one just a bit off the plate, 2-0.
So do you walk Pujols and Hamilton to get to freeze?
No. Two-0 pitch, and Pujols watches it drop low. 3-0.
I think Albert Pujols has seen Gregerson enough.
Yep.
In the National League to know that he throws sliders, and Hamilton always aggressive in the on-deck circle, but he'll be swinging at those sliders that are down and out of the strike zone.
And that one on the outside corner, 3-1.
That was
the
a fact.
The A's have thrown out 2 base runners at home plate tonight.
Well, how big is the one that Pujols running through the stop sign? That's huge. But the remarkable throw by Cespedes is unbelievable.
And there's the take by Pujols, and it's a walk. So you just don't see outfield assists that often.
Yeah.
And the A's have 2 tonight, both at home plate, and 12 in the last 18 games. That is an extremely high number.
Well, Pujols figure he's not going anywhere. If he does, you let him go. It's all about Josh Hamilton and his ability to either swing over the hard slider thrown by Luke Gregerson. Yeah, Moss is not going to play. Holding on, going to play behind him. Bob Melvin hustling out to talk a little defense, but see Brandon Moss telling Gregerson he's going to play behind Pujols, try to take away a little bit of extra area instead of holding him and opening up a hole on the right side.
So we'll see how Gregerson attacks Josh Hamilton. You know what? You're maybe right, Ray. He may be careful with Hamilton.
Yeah.
But
he'll throw him sliders. We know that.
I mean, there's a risk with the bases loaded as well.
But compared to Pujols, Hamilton's ultra aggressive. And Pujols would take those sliders, but Hamilton's got to be swinging. At least we have seen him swing at a lot of pitches.
First pitch is in the dirt, blocked nicely by Norris. There's a lot of action in the last 3 innings. Hamilton watches that one outside, and now it's 2-0. Hamilton 2 for 3 with an RBI single. And he hits that one slowly. Lowry charges, throws quickly, and they got him, and the A's get out of it. So Hamilton grounds out, and the story in this one is the throw by Cespedes, and here it is.
Unbelievable. There are shocks in the game, but that's a shock to see that happen. Unbelievable.
At California is brought to you by Roaring Camp Railroads. From little engines to big locomotives, everyone rides the Kids Fair weekdays after 2 p.m. Roaring Camp Railroads. Good ball game tonight. Lots of action. Yoenis Cespedes making one of the truly unbelievable throws we've seen in a long time. Now, it wasn't one of those on the line Vladimir Guerrero throws, but it was unbelievable nonetheless. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and smog experts, as Joe Smith comes in.
Mark Gubicza, who played for the Royals, and when that throw came in, I was thinking of Bo Jackson at the Kingdome throwing out Harold Reynolds to the Seattle Mariners down in the corner. And as soon as the inning was over, Mark Gubicza leaned over and said, "That's the best I've seen since Bo Jackson throwing out Harold Reynolds in Seattle." And as he said tonight, he was getting ready to mark down a run, and the same thing in Seattle. Yep. They were going to figure it's a game over, but all of a sudden, here we are in the top of the ninth, still tied 1-1.
Cespedes, a base hit to left field. So, Cespedes doing his thing with the bat.
Well, we could go Saturday at the Coliseum. Cespedes, what a night he had. How about this? That saved a double Iannetta. And, of course, the next hitter got a base hit, so Iannetta tries to score. So what does he do? It throws him out at the plate. That's the first. And then another base hit. He throws out another one. 4 hits given up by Tommy Milone in the second. 2 runners thrown out. And, oh, by the way, he also had a big night offensively. And even Pujols smiling a little bit, maybe congratulating him on a tremendous throw.
So here's Norris. Cespedes aboard with the leadoff single here in the 9th inning, and Norris to bunt, and he bunts it nicely toward Pujols, who shovels it, and they just get Norris as Kendrick got over there to cover.
That's a great bunt, and once it got past Joe Smith, looked like it might be a base hit, but it wasn't. But a great sacrifice, and the A's just trying to get on the board. That's a perfect bunt by Derek Norris, and came close to bidding it out. Now we'll see if Coco Crisp, who stayed in the game, will get a chance to hit if they pitch around or intentionally walk Brandon Moss.
So Moss steps in.
Oakland fans down the right field line yelling, "Let's go A's." The Angels fans trying to shout louder than them.
So 1-0 the count to Moss. Moss is 0 for 2 with a walk. He's grounded out and he is struck out. And he shoots one down the left field line, but it's foul into the first row. The A's fan had a glove on it, and it popped out of his glove. So Joe Smith on here in the 9th inning.
Well, that sacrifice basically gives the A's at least 2 opportunities to try to drive in the go-ahead run. Doolittle and Otero both warming up in the bullpen.
Runner goes, throw to third, and it's high. It almost sailed into left field, and a huge stolen base by Cespedes.
Well, with a left-handed batter, Conger hurried his throw, and what a play by Freese at third base going to the bag. Look how he had to jump back to keep the ball from going into left field. So now a big change with the infield having to come in. It was called a strike.
The first steal since September of last year for Cespedes. 1-2 pitch is fouled straight back, upper deck. So the speed of Cespedes, he's just been showing off the last 15 minutes.
Good, let him keep showing off. I guess now look for a shallow fly ball and have him beat the throw to the plate. There's 2 of the 3 catchers, and there's another catcher, Mike Sosa. A whole bunch of catchers in the house tonight.
Infield in, and the 1-2 pitch. Swing and miss, struck him out. So Moss cannot get the job done. He strikes out for the second time.
Almost kind of a rising slider, a riser, if you will. The underneath took a lot off the pitch and just kind of floated it in back door. And Joe Smith and Moss. That's a pitch to try to hit the left field. Didn't do it.
So now Coco Crisp steps in.
Going to walk in.
If they choose to walk him, which they're going to, they will face Jaso. And again, Ray, I mean, I said it 2 innings ago. Not having a lefty is just a very strange thing to me. And
that's a good point.
I mean, I think it's a huge advantage for the A's.
Yeah.
It's allowed Jaso to hit twice in this game.
You're right. And not be concerned about a lefty coming in.
Not at all.
At one time, the Angels didn't have a lefty in the bullpen, but they had Scott Shields. He could face lefties, righties, and get guys out. But these guys, although Smith has submarine style pitching style, I mean, that works well, but it's not the same as having a lefty.
So Jaso steps in, looking for a big hit. Jaso pinch hit in the 7th inning and hit a fly ball to left field.
And if Joe Smith stays outside, Jaso stay back and shoot one in the hole on the left side of the infield.
First pitch to Jaso is a strike.
Likes the backdoor slider.
And that one bounced right to Pujols. Right on the bag. And the A's make a run at it, but do not score in the top of the 9th inning. Bottom of the 9th coming up. We're tied at 1.
California is brought to you by Xfinity, home of the most live sports, and by Toyota, #1 in MPG, durability, and resale value. Toyota, let's go places.
Well, a tension-filled ball game tonight here at the Big A. A's won, Angels won, and Dan Otero comes in. Otero 5-1 with a 2.17 ERA. And man, he has been a workhorse. Look at the innings pitched. 37 innings out of the bullpen, Ray. That's the second most among all relievers in the major leagues. Not just the American League, but the National League as well. So Dan Otero has done a terrific job, and He faces Freese, Crone, Ibar here in the 9th inning, and the first pitch is in for a strike.
Well, just the fact that we're playing in the bottom of the 9th inning still tied is remarkable, considering what could have happened last inning.
Freese takes a close pitch, called the ball 1-1. It's one of the last couple innings each team has probably felt like, hey, we're going to take the lead here, and neither team has been able to do it. 1-1 pitch is reached for and fouled. So Freese chased the ball, and the count is 1-2. Freese is grounded out, flied out, and then hit into a double play. There's a couple of home runs on the year. And a 1-2 pitch hit toward Lowry, who has it. Lowry throws in time, and that's out number 1.
Here's tonight's Honda Player of the Game. How about Drew Pomeranz? What a job again. Last start against the Yankees, 1 earned run of the 2. Tonight, an unearned run, 7 innings. Did not strike out a bunch, but how about a 5-4-3 double play with his last 3? And I mean, just doing a tremendous job as he just continued to get the ground ball outs, and especially in his last 2 innings, 5 ground ball outs. And play of the game, he would get a no decision, but a great performance.
So Ibanez is going to hit. Ibanez, first pitch, it's a strike. Runs off the plate. Ibar to follow here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Donaldson, he's got it. Shuffles to his left, throws a little high, but Moss reaches up to grab it, and that's out number 2.
And there's your shift, and fortunately, as Ibanez trying to hit the ball on the left side simply because of the shift, but got it right to Donaldson.
So Ibar will hit with 2 outs.
Right perfectly to the shortstop. Donaldson playing in that spot as a third baseman.
So here's Ibar. And the first pitch is in for a strike. Ibar has popped out twice and singled. Just a touch inside. Right off the facing of the A's dugout and then out in the right field. The Yankees beat the Mariners 3-2. And New York takes game 1 of that 3-game series. Helps the A's out a little bit.
The A's could accomplish a lot. Rangers lost, Mariners lost. The A's trying to defeat the team that's chasing them.
And that's a base hit to right center field. Ibar takes the turn and Vogt gets it in quickly. So a 2-out single. And now Colin Cowgill will hit.
Samer coming back, but stayed up a little bit too much. And Stephen Vogt did a good job getting to the ball to get it back in, keeping Ibar to a single. And he may think about trying to steal second, but at least stopped him and put him at first.
So Cowgill steps in. He's got a hit tonight, a single back in the 3rd inning. And the first pitch is a strike. So Cowgill hitting in the 8th spot.
You know, with the potential go-ahead run at first. Donaldson kind of guarding the line at third, so a huge hole between third and short. But you have to guard the line. You don't want to give extra bases. You'll give a single, but not a double down the line.
Backhanded nicely behind Norris.
Sometimes
scoop that like a first baseman.
Yeah, you have to be an infielder sometimes, and boy, that's just as big. Not quite as big as a runner at third. Well, it's wild pitch, but keeps the runner out of scoring position.
Quick throw, and Ibar scoots back. Ibar not running, and the ball's looped toward the second baseman. Punto scoops it up, throws, and they get Cowgill. Side retired, so we have extra innings from the Big A. It's a 1-1 game, the A's and the Angels.
Champion Boston Red Sox in a 4-game series from Thursday, June 19th through Sunday, June 22nd. Don't wait. Get rate seats right now at athletics.com/tickets. Now the new pitcher for the Angels in a series against the Red Sox will be the next homestand, but right now the A's with a 1-1 game in the 10th inning, trying to do something. It'll be against a new pitcher, Bedrosian.
Yeah, youngster Cam Bedrosian. The guy just called up, just his third appearance. So, we'll see Cam Bedrosian for the first time.
And a good fastball and a beard, like his father.
Yeah, his father was good.
Yeah. Low 90s fastball, 2 and 4-seamer, but slider to change up as well.
Bedrosian, another youngster, just 22 years old. He was a first-round pick in 2010 for the Angels. Remember his dad's name, Steve Bedrosian, but his nickname was Bedrock. For obvious reasons, right? Bedrosian, right? Let's see what the deal is. So
I like that.
Cameron Bedrosian's full name is Cameron Rock Bedrosian.
No bed in there?
No, just Rock. I like that. That's good. So Cameron Bedrosian to face Punto, Vogt, and Lowry.
Well, Punto started in the 8th inning to help the A's tie the game with a leadoff double. Passed Freese at third base. Freese in now even with a bag at third.
So Bedrosian's first pitch to Punto is a high fastball at 94 miles an hour.
Well, this is where Adam Roden, the A's video coordinator, comes into play, because see these pitches for the first time, and these guys have a chance to look at the video. And he puts together scouting reports all there, but just to try to look at him before they face him. And let's see, he throws a pretty good fastball at 94 easy out of the right-hander's hand.
Punto is 1 for 3, big double leading off the 8th inning, and he scored the A's only run so far. Fastball looks like it has a little late life to it too, Ray. That one.
Yeah, and it's elevated too, which helps out a pitcher, not so much a hitter.
So now Punto behind in the count, 1-2, trying to get aboard leading off the 10th. Fastball right by him. So a little giddy up on that fastball, and A's have struck out 10 times tonight.
That's impressive. That was an easy 95. Nick just trying to make contact, none on a 4-seam fastball, no 2-seam there, just 4.
So now, top of the order, Vogt. This is the second at bat for Vogt. He hit right after Punto had that leadoff double, and he was able to ground out to the right side and get Punto to third, and that helped the A's get that run. So 0 for 1, but a very productive out in that 8th inning. So you would say that it's an easy 95 from
No big effort, just out of the stretch, and proof that you don't lose anything when you pitch out of the stretch, as this right-hander showing.
Kendrick dives, can't get it, and Vogt's got a 1-out single.
See, they played him to pull the ball more, but the pitch that he threw would not allow him to pull it. And it's off the end of the bat towards center field. And Kendrick, no chance, even if he comes up with it after the dive, he's not going to be able to throw him out.
So the A's again have the go-ahead run aboard. Trying to move them around as Lowry steps in. Lowry takes a fastball high. Strikeout, foul out, walk, and a sacrifice fly for Lowry. Looks like all the games are final now around Major League Baseball, except this one here in Anaheim. Fastball there, right on the outside corner. As we mentioned, the Mariners lost, the Rangers lost, the Astros lost.
So there'd be only one winner in the Western Division.
Yeah,
right?
That's right. So see who that is. The Red Sox shut out the Orioles 1-0, a night after the Orioles shut out the Red Sox. So Boston now 29-35 with their win tonight. Another shutout with the Twins shutting out the Blue Jays 4-0. Two and one to Lowry with Donaldson waiting in the on-deck circle. That one's popped up. So an off-speed pitch, that one at 86 miles an hour. So we saw 94, 95, and then Bedrosian took something off.
Same pitch he threw to Vogt that he got a base hit, but Lowry on the 2-1 count got under it.
So here's Donaldson, who is 0 for 4. couple of strikeouts, part of that 0 for 4. The first pitch is bounced in the hole. Ibar has it. He's going to go to second, and they got him. What a play by Eric Ibar. Very close, but the throw beat Vogt, and the side is retired. So we're headed to the bottom of the 10th with this game all tied at 1. It'll be Conger, Kendrick, and Trout. The player of the game. Your vote counts. The winner will be revealed during A's postgame live. Follow the action on the diamond like never before with enhanced Bloomberg stats and much more. A's in game live on csncalifornia.com. Log on now and vote. Cespedes apparently had the play of the game. His throw, which cut down Howie Kendrick in the bottom of the 8th inning of a 1-1 game. So Dan Otero stays out there for his 2nd inning of work. Gave up a hit in the 9th, nothing else.
At least for Otero, he pitches so well and minimizes the pitches. Not a lot of effort, just a lot of sink on his fastball, and as a result, can pitch multiple innings. And it seems that Ferrari not available tonight, so Joe Smith pitched the 9th inning, held on to 1-1, but he is out after just 1 inning.
Conger tonight, a walk, a fly ball to center field, and a strikeout swinging. The Angels have stranded 8 through the first 9 innings. The A's have stranded 8 through the top of the 10th inning. Well, there were not a whole lot of base runners really through the first 5 innings, but then starting in the 6th, that's when things started to speed up a little bit in this game. Lots of base runners, but not a lot of runs. Otero off the mound, scoops it up, and that's out number 1.
See him get rid of that hot potato. That was great. Coming off the mound, fielding position, but it's almost as if he caught the ball, shuttled it over to Brandon Moss, but a little hot potato, got rid of it, and why not get rid of it quickly?
So top of the order in Kendrick. Kendrick 0 for 3 with a walk. That walk in the 8th inning, and then he was thrown out at home. Trout in the on-deck circle. So this is a big guy to get with Trout, Pujols, Hamilton to follow. Donaldson, he's got it. Throws on the run, no problem, 2 outs. Kendrick 0 for 4. And here's Trout.
Well, that's so much movement, too, from Dan Otero. Moved right in on the hands of Howie Kendrick, who might have been thinking opposite field, but started to swing, just ate him up inside, and a softly hit ball to third.
So Trout steps in. He has walked twice. He has doubled. He has hit a fly ball to left field. And there's a fastball. First strike. Looked like Trout was taking all the way.
And maybe thinking slider, but this is Dan Otero, not Luke Gregerson. Otero has the sinking fastball. Sinker slider.
And another strike with a fastball, and it's 0-2.
Now he's got a chance to throw him a slider, trying to get him to chase a pitch. He's maybe looking for the slider, hasn't gotten it yet. And
with a fastball, and be careful there.
Derek Norris elevate or call for the fastball, but lifted his mitt, wanted it up. He got it, tied him up with the hands, but fouled it, couldn't hang on. Yeah, that's dangerous. You miss in there.
Slider off the plate, 1-2. Hit hard to Lowry, but right at it. And Lowry throws, and they just got Trout on a close play. So Otero, 2 very good innings, and we're going to move on to the 11th. It's a 1-1 game.
Left field line, Cespedes took his eye off, missed the ball, and figured they're going to score a run, but look at this throw. All the way in the air, Howie Kendrick trying to score, which would have been the go-ahead run. Instead, Cespedes, bare hand, all the way in the air, and a tag by Derek Norris. It was challenged to review, but Bob Davidson called him out. Yoenis Cespedes, what a throw by Cespedes, and then singled in the 9th inning, but was stranding at third base after stealing third with 1 out. But stranded there as the A's could not play him in the 9th, so he leads off the 11th inning. But this game is in the 11th because of one Yoenis Cespedes, and his tremendous throw to the plate. Again, throwing out a base run.
And he will lead things off here in the 11th inning. As the youngster Cam Bedrosian is back out there for his 2nd inning of work. Gave up a hit in the 10th. And he throws a high fastball to Cespedes. Cespedes 1 for 4. 3 groundouts and a single.
He was at third with 1 out in the top of the 9th inning, but the A's could not get him home. Toward Freeze, and Freeze to first, and Cespedes is retired. The Cespedes has now grounded out 4 times.
The one base hit was in the left field past Freeze. It was hit a little bit harder than that one was.
So 1 out here in the top of the 11th. And Norris hits. A's with 7 hits in the game. And Norris has 2 of them. Couple singles. 1 in the 2nd and 1 in the 5th.
Like Dan Otero is going to get the 2 innings, and if it goes to the bottom 11th tie, Jeff Francis is the lefty warming up.
First pitch to Norris is a bit outside. Well, there's Francis, who must have not seen a lot of him. And of course, Doolittle getting ready if the A's were to take the lead. Fastball right there, first strike. It's been Santiago, Jepson, Morin, Smith, and now Bedrosian for the Angels. And for the A's, just Pomeranz, Gregerson, and Otero. High fastball and a foul ball. Got a piece of conger. You see the mask rattled around a little bit.
Throw a mid-90s fastball straight back off the bat. Misses the catcher's mitt and hits the masks, but that looks like a strong mask, a lot of padding, and maybe the steel bars, which is what a lot of catchers are going to instead of the lighter titanium mask.
1-2 pitch way outside, 95 miles an hour. So Norris with a 2-2 count. Moss in the on-deck circle. And inside. And Norris has worked the count full.
See if we can get into a good fastball that he's going to throw, maybe a 95. Slider. Wow.
We saw Conger put down number 3, which is a bit of a surprise.
His eyes are better than mine. Well, you saw the, you saw those signs. What do they call the?
Yeah, I wasn't even looking at my monitor. I just,
Well, it must have chipped the end of the bat, but.
So that's probably what Norris is saying to Moss. Really?
Yeah.
3-2, that?
Yeah, he must have a cupped bat, and it chipped the end of the bat, and that's why I got a new one. And he just said the same thing to Conger. You got to be kidding me. Come on, you want to get this over or not? Throw me a fastball, and I'll show you a good swing. Because he's had some good swings on fastballs and hitter counts. Fastball away.
And there it is, and it's hit high in the air toward the right field line. Wow. But room for Cowgill in fair territory. He's got it, 2 outs. So Bedrosian has retired the first 2 here in the top of the 11th inning. And Moss steps in. So this would be a fun matchup. How can you not be thinking about giving your team the lead if you're Brandon Moss and a hard-throwing youngster in Cam Bedrosian? Somebody's going to be a hero in this game.
Yeah. Let's hope it's Doolittle getting a 1-2-3 bottom whatever.
Off speed pitch, and it catches the inside corner.
Now with 2 outs and, of course, the shift going by the Angels, this is the time that you're saying try to hit over the shift. There's only Freeze to the left side. They would gladly give up a single or a bunt, which won't be a bunt, but a single to the left side.
Well, that's what Moss is looking at. He's also looking at the right field seats.
Yeah. And thinking Warren, Angels 3-2, or Yankees 3-2 slider, second deck, Yankee Stadium.
Moss is 0 for 3 with a walk. Sitting on 16 home runs. Another off-speed pitch. So that must be that changeup, Ray, and it's got some interesting movement to it, a lot of movement. Watch how it runs away. And Moss has not seen a fastball just yet. And that one is just lifted down the left field line, but foul. The Angels will have Pujols, Hamilton, and Freeze. They're 3, 4, 5 hitters in the bottom of the 11th inning. To pitch, and did it get him?
Scared him, but I don't know that it got him. But
that was right at him, and he was able to get out of the way.
Well, it had been his right shoulder as he went into it and turned, and unfortunately missed his elbow and everything. But that had to be scary, well, especially to his right elbow. Even if he turned back and got hit, that was going to hurt.
3-2 pitch is hit high down the left field line, but foul. They've got a little jersey.
Bloused. Show Bob Davidson that in Exmo.
Oh, no. Another 3-2 pitch. Fast one. Went with a changeup. So, pretty impressive performance by that young man, Cam Bedrosian, and we are headed to the bottom of the 11th inning.
Today's ticket at regular price. Show your Chevron personal credit card and you get a second ticket of equal value free. Limit of 2 free tickets per customer per game. Tickets subject to availability and additional restrictions apply. Go to ChevronCars.com to learn more and apply for the credit card. This offer is administered by Chevron USA Incorporated.
All right, bottom of the 11th with Pujols to lead it off, and with Pujols, a right-handed hitter, Bob Melvin says, well, I want Otero to face Pujols. Yeah. So Dan Otero stays out there. He's thrown 26 pitches. And the first pitch is a little looper. Tracking it down. Punto, his throw to first is wide, and it goes into the dugout.
Of course. Wouldn't you know it?
So it found the little walkway on the end of the dugout. And what can you say? The shift was on, and Punto ran a long ways to get that ball, and I think he may still have had a play at Albert Pujols.
Yeah.
It would have been close. Let's look.
Well, and unfortunately, we have seen it, saw it last night, and if it's a throw, but right into the walkway, and he had to spin, had to try to pick up. I don't think he had a very good grip either, and so Pujols was going to head to second, even though the throw, had it not gone in, would have Derek Norris been there. That's too bad.
So Otero's going to lead, and it's going to be Hamilton facing Francis, or facing Doolittle, excuse me, when we come back. Stay interesting in this ball game. Now the Angels feel like they got the upper hand. They got the winning run at second base and nobody out. So Bob Melvin goes to his closer, Sean Doolittle, to face Hamilton. How about that? So obviously with Doolittle in the game, there's nobody warming up in the bullpen. So this is Doolittle's inning the rest of the way, with Hamilton coming up and Freeze after him. Cole Calhoun is pinch running at second base for Pujols.
Doolittle last pitch Saturday when he struck out the side. I'll make it Friday. Actually, it's Friday that he pitched, because Saturday the A's didn't win that one.
First pitch to Hamilton, and he swings at a slider. He pops it up. So Hamilton goes after the first pitch, and he's retired. How about that? So, an unproductive out for Hamilton. And here's Freeze.
Well, the key was the first pitch slider, and Sean Doolittle with 42 strikeouts among the leaders. Sanzas, of course, for the Yankees, 61, the hard thrower. This is the major leagues, and get the Dodgers, Jensen in there, Kimbrel. So Pujols got jammed, but hit a ball that Punto threw, and I've never seen so many. I mean, all that long rail along the dugout. Last night Donaldson threw a couple in there, and tonight Punto's throw went there.
And here's Freeze, who is 0 for 4. First pitch is a fastball, and it's called a strike. Raul Ibanez is the on-deck hitter. Calhoun very fast at second base.
That's why the inside move, just to at least keep him honest. And just give him a look, courtesy look. Punto trying to hold him close.
Freese is now behind in the count 0-2. The outfielders maybe in a step or two. I'm sure they have a shot at Calhoun at the plate if there's a base hit. Doolittle comes in with the runner at second base. That one's hit high down the right field line, and it looks like it's going to head into the seats.
And it looks like what Freese is doing is thinking he's going to get nothing but a fastball, and loaded up a little bit earlier that time, swung at a pitch out of the strike zone as he had done the previous pitch down and in. But that's the difference. And Sean Doolittle, an excellent fastball. He did throw a slider, Josh Hamilton, but to right-handers and predominantly all hitters, he'll throw the fastball, and it's a good one.
And that one way high, 1-2, 96 miles an hour.
And ideally, if he can do it, that's where he wants to throw it. Again, elevate it.
The BW on the head of Doolittle for Bob Welch. 1-2 pitch is popped up, and it's just below us. And an Angels fan who stuck around for all 11 innings, had his glove on, and made a nice play. So the count remains 1-2 with Calhoun at second. Tough spot for a middle infielder, Ray, because you don't want to really give up your position. I mean, it's such an important hitter in the game, obviously.
And especially for Punto, they're playing him to pull Freese, but as hard as Doolittle throws, he may go opposite field.
First pitch, 2-2.
Sounded like a strike, didn't it?
Sounded fast.
Elevated, just a little off the plate.
Two pitch, and that's bounced toward Lowry, who scoops it up. They're going to throw to third, and Calhoun is out. So Lowry heads up play. They get Calhoun, and that takes the winning run out of scoring position. So that turns out to be a huge mistake by Calhoun.
A very huge mistake, and very, very quick by both Lowry and Donaldson. And you know where he's going, I have no idea. Maybe thought the ball was in the hole, but at that point he said, what am I doing? Because he's still in scoring position if he doesn't make this base running mistake, but clearly out by several feet, as both Lowry and Donaldson made a very good play. Both alert, and it's kind of automatic. You see a ball hit to the left side. If you're an infielder, that's what you want to attempt to do. Get the lead runner, and they're able to do it.
So now Ibanez hits, but the runner's at first. Foul tip, rolls behind home plate.
Well, we've always seen the aggressiveness of the Angels base runner. But sometimes you can be a little bit too aggressive. And Calhoun was. Last night, Conger was at second. A fly ball with nobody out. Decided to go halfway instead of tagging. It's a big base running mistake tonight.
inside to Ibanez. 1-1 the count. Ibanez pinch hit in the 9th inning and grounded out. Pinch hit for C.J. Crum. And that one inside again. Well, Albert Pujols was pinch run for, so Pujols is out of the game. Popped up. Norris coming back. Norris, and he's got it. How about that? So the Angels had a runner at second and nobody out in the bottom of the 11th inning, and they do not score, and we're moving to the 12th. Make sure you join us tomorrow when the A's will wrap up this series and this road trip with the final game. It'll be Tommy Malone and Jared Weaver. So our coverage begins at 6:30 with A's pregame live, and the ball game at 7:05. The home of A's baseball is Comcast Sportsnet. So that'll be tomorrow night. And then the A's will have an off day Thursday at home, and they will start a 10-game homestand on Friday night against the Yankees. So here at the Big A, Coco Crisp will lead things off, and the Angels have a new pitcher.
A former Cardinal who's pitching very well for the Angels, Fernando Salas. He has, well, Mike Scioscia just holding him back. Friere's still down there, still in the bullpen. I guess he's going to remain there. Third appearance for this right-hander against the Athletics. And they've not done much against him. As Calhoun stays in the game. 3 hits, 3 strikeouts in the 2 appearances. Salas against the A's.
So the first pitch to Coco is a strike as he showed bunt. Freeze will stay right on the edge of the grass. Third at bat for Crisp, but he's got a single and he's got a walk. Pop-up foul. So I think whoever loses this game is going to be disappointed, obviously because you lost, but because they're going to think back, we should have won. Yeah. Because both teams have had very legitimate scoring opportunities really from the 6th inning on. They scored a run in the 8th, but they've had opportunities.
Yeah, especially Cespedes at third, 1 out in the 9th inning. And unfortunately, Joe Smith was able to throw the off-speed pitch, the backdoor slider, to Brandon Moss. Change speeds on it.
1-2 pitch is popped up. Ibar is over near the line, and Ibar grabs it. So that's one out here in the 12th inning. Ibar caught it and then lost his balance a little bit. And here's Jaso. The only position player that has not been used by the A's is Eric Sogard. Abanez and Calhoun are now in the game for the Angels, so their two players they haven't used are McDonald and Iannetta. Jaso pinch hit for Callaspo in the 7th inning. He's got a fly ball to left field and a ground out to first. Swing and a miss. Jaso in the 7th inning batted with runners at first and third and 2 outs. And the same thing in the 9th inning, first and third with 2 outs. Nasty pitch there, 0-2.
Stand away from it.
So Cam Bedrosian goes 2 innings, gives up a hit with a couple of strikeouts. So our first look at Bedrosian. And we were impressed.
Good fastball, boy. He was probably, as much as fastball, a good changeup that he would throw in 3-2 counts.
1-2 now to Jaso. Setting up outside is Conger. Pitch a little bit too far outside.
He just kept running. That people like it, fans like it, but or would like to get it, but clearly off the plate.
Mesa with that open stance and closes it up as the pitch comes, and he rips one foul.
I'm surprised that Hank Conger put the mitt where he did. When there's a chance for a home run to hurt, he almost got hurt. John Jaso a little too quick and hit it on a line drive. Down and in.
Oh,
Cameron.
that's the pitch he hit.
Yep,
huh?
that's it.
Conger wants it down, and he's going back outside. And the 2-2 pitch. And Jaso went around. Good movement away from Jaso, and he just could not hold up. 2 outs.
Well, it's too bad that Jaso wasn't able to handle that, but I mean, that's where you want to throw. You take a chance when you go inside, and I don't know if he swung it really. A lot of body went forward, bat kind of back at an angle, but Bob Davidson liked it.
2 outs for Punto. Nick is 1 for 4. He doubled and scored in the 8th, and he has struck out 3 times. And Punto behind in the count to Fernando Salas.
Just has to think about this being Rick Porcello. Doesn't hit a lot of home runs, but he took Porcello deep at the Coliseum. Last homestand. 2-run home run. And as a result, he has a 1 in the column for the home run.
And he lines one to left field, and that's a base hit. So a 2-out single, and that'll give Vogt a chance to hit. Anything can happen once you get that go-ahead run at first base, even if there is 2 outs.
Well, that's very good hitting. Pitch away, staying away. And again, Conger should have been outside. But Nick Punto taking the opposite field hit as he did with his double a couple of innings ago. But you're right, because the outfield is going to play deep, no doubles, but still hit a ball in the gap. Last night, Stephen Vogt, the shot to straightaway center, right to Trout, but anywhere towards left center, that's going to score Punto from first.
Now, Cowgill, the right fielder, is about 3 steps from the warning track. And Trout, I mean, that's as deep as I've ever seen a center fielder play. He's out there. You can just barely see Mike Trout.
And that's simply a no doubles defense. And, well, I don't even know if the ball is hit hard enough they could get to it, even that playing that deep.
Hamilton is deep in left field. He's well off the line for Vogt. Hamilton way over into left center field.
Well, Vogt's been a hero on this road trip since he joined the club. Can it continue? Actually showed up Sunday at the Coliseum, played the game against the Angels, and then went on the road. Big pinch hit RBI double in New York. Pinch hit RBI single at the game winner in Baltimore.
Punto has a nice lead at first. And Vogt lays off. It's outside. 1-1 the count.
Well, this was Stephen Vogt pinch hitting, and about a base hit to left side. And that was Clayton John Jaso, and that was a game winner. I guess when you get a walk-off hit in a division series game, it's just natural that you get game-winning hits.
Punto runs and the ball is fouled out. And Punto.
I think he had a stolen too. Stephen Vogt couldn't see him, and green light. Left-handed hitter just could not see him. But Punto, a little bit of a surprise maybe to the Angels, taking off, and he had it, but a foul ball.
Ibar showing a little common courtesy.
Yeah.
Tell him to stay up. It was a foul ball, but Punto slid anyway.
That's old school baseball, man. OSB.
I'm going to make you give me $5 for every time you say old school baseball. I'm going to be a rich man.
Yeah, you will.
And he got him swinging. Vogt chased it, and we are moving to the bottom of the 12th inning. It'll be Ibar, Cowgill, and Conger. It's still a 1-1 game.
.400 devices. Visit athletics.com for details.
So the Big A, the place to be tonight, if you like tight divisional baseball. The A's and the Angels 1-1, bottom of the 12th inning. The Angels got their run in the 6th. RBI single by Hamilton. And the A's got their run in the 8th on a sacrifice fly by Lowry. So Doolittle back out there. Doolittle threw 12 pitches in the 11th inning, and he got out of the jam where there was a runner at second base and nobody out when he came in. And Doolittle now will face Ibar, Cowgill, and Conger. So a couple of switch hitters. And Cowgill, the right-handed hitter. If anybody were to get on, Kendrick would hit. And that one right into the booth, 2 down from us where the camera guys are. Interesting note from the game. The Angels as a team have struck out 3 times. The A's as a team have struck out 13 times. And Doolittle says, I'm going to try to change that right here.
I think he's trying to end it, huh? It's all a wraparound. And the pitch that he just backed off on wasn't as close as everybody thought. And the way he reacted, it wasn't that close.
One and 2 to Ibar. On the ground to Lowry, who scoops it up, and that's out number 1. So Ibar heads back to the dugout. He's now 2 for 5, and there's Cowgill.
Young man likes good fastballs. This is a challenge here to get Colin Cowgill. Knows he's going to be getting fastballs from John Doolittle, and Doolittle, I would think, unlike most closers, would pitch 1 inning and be out, but just trying to get back in the dugout. And Sean Doolittle trying to make that happen.
Cowgill swings at the first pitch. It was out of the strike zone, but he swung at it anyways, and it's a foul ball into the upper deck. Cowgill tonight is 1 for 4. He had a single back in the 3rd inning. And again, he swings at a high fastball, and it's 0-2. Conger to follow. Conger a switch hitter. Fastball, and it's hit softly. Left center field is hanging up there. Coco's coming in. He can't get it. And Cowgill's going to try for 2. The throw is light, and Cowgill with a hustle double. So the ball off the end of the bat, and Coco just could not get it.
Well, he's running like it's going to be caught, and you can hear him upset that he did not hit it, and Coco not only stopped but went through his legs, and Cowgill decided to start to run. If he had been running hard, it would have been a stand-up double, but he was upset that he missed the pitch, he thought. Chris Iannetta is going to hit, and in the 12th inning, in the final game of the series in April against Drew Pomeranz, Chris Iannetta did the unspeakable. Will he get to hit?
Good call there with Kendrick in the on-deck circle. So Iannetta hitting for Conger. And at a .256 with 5 home runs. Punto keeping an eye on Cowgill. And the first pitch is fouled back. This was April 16th. It was the final game of that series.
Nice ball outside. Straightaway center field. And Drew Pomeranz had pitched the night before. And as I mentioned, he was going to come in. That was off the glove of Gentry, and that's why he was disappointed. But Pomeranz was on fumes in that game, and unfortunately made the pitch outside. Got it up a little bit. Iannetta hit a straightaway center.
One pitch and a good fastball right down around the knees. You know what though, Ray? That's the pitch you want to swing at from Doolittle.
Absolutely.
That one right there.
Because you can hit it, just drop the head of the bat on it, and it's down low. You're not going to catch up to the high fastball.
I mean, it's a great pitch, but the point is that ball that's up a little bit is almost unhittable from Doolittle. So 0-2 the count to Iannetta. And he swings and misses, and that is the second out. So to the top of the order now, and Howie Kendrick.
Well, all fastballs, and again on one down low, but this one a little bit more outside. And through and by quickly to Chris Iannetta. Wasn't a Drew Pomeranz fastball. That was a
little bit different.
Sean Doolittle fastball.
So here's Kendrick. He's 0 for 4 with a walk. And he fouls that one off his foot. Kendrick will swing early in the count. Man, he's not up there to work the count a whole lot. Going to walk this one on. Back foot.
Well, the Angels have been very aggressive against the fastball of Sean Doolittle, which shows how impressive his fastball is if they can load up and swing as aggressively as they are. And Iannetta coming off the bench, not really a great chore. It's a heck of a chore. You're trying to make contact against the mid-90s fastball coming cold off the bench.
0-1 pitch. No chance there on a high fastball as Kendrick mad at himself, so he'll go for a little while.
And go back up the ladder. You can do it because that's the one, as you said, you're not catching up to that one. And you can look at it and think it's a great pitch to hit, but just very little chance to do anything with it.
So 0-2 to Kendrick. And upstairs again. This time Kendrick does not swing at it. So 25 pitches for Doolittle tonight. Trying to get this game into the 13th inning. Another high fastball. That one a little too high.
But I think he's going to stay with the fastball and stay in that location. And Kendrick knows what he's going to get. Doolittle knows what he's going to throw. It's just a matter of location.
That's Cowgill, the winning run. 2-2 pitch, line foul. Bounces into a sweep and then back out.
Cases where you're so tempted after all the fastballs to try to fool a hitter with something off speed, but Sean Doolittle's not going to do it because his slider is not something that's going to fool guys. If anything else, has a chance to make a mistake with it, but just a good fastball, especially up and maybe even in.
Here it comes. High fastball, and Kendrick chased it, and Doolittle gets out of it. So they just cannot lay off the Doolittle fastball, and he strikes out a couple in the 12th, and the winning run is stranded, which sends us to the 13th.
Ball here on Comcast Sportsnet California. Quite a ball game. Nobody wants to budge. As Lowry's going to lead it off, and Hayes will face a new pitcher. Another youngster, Corey Rasmus. Yes, he is the brother of Colby Rasmus.
That's right.
From the Blue Jays. So
he's hurt.
This Rasmus is a pitcher, and it's his 4th appearance. He's been up and down a couple times this year already for the Angels, but he takes over here in the 13th inning. Corey Rasmus. You see, Iannetta is the new catcher. So Iannetta to catch and Rasmus to pitch.
Another right-hander throws hard, and I understand why. I remember checking his list and checking it twice.
Well, there's the bullpen.
That's not a problem for the A's bullpen. Only Friere, Sogard, Angels have McDonald. Of course, still have the DH, and Jaso's in that spot.
So this may be a situation where you're Rasmus. You may be the guy for a while anyways. Remember, Friere, the closer, has pitched 4 consecutive days. In all 4 games won by the Astros, 3 of those 4 he got saves in. So I don't think they want to go to him unless it's absolutely necessary for maybe 1 inning.
And if it's 1 inning and he's the last guy, then it's position player after that. And that would be John McDonald.
You've done your research.
Now, who did put it up on the screen? That's all I did, follow. I have no idea. But that's the way it stands right now. So sometimes you have to leave a long man available. And no surprise that Salas just went 1 inning. Pitched very effectively last inning, but struck out a couple. Gave up a Punto 2-out base hit.
1-0 pitch is popped up. Shallow right center. Kendrick backpedaling, and he's got it. So Lowry is now 0 for 4 with a walk and a sacrifice fly.
Well, we do know that Doolittle's not available for the bottom half of the inning. I think he's done.
I think you're right.
Yeah. The 2 innings out of him, and may cost him tomorrow, but the off day on Thursday will help out. That's the bullpen right now. Jim Johnson, Jeff Francis, righty lefty.
First pitch to Donaldson is a slider in first strike. And Doolittle, a couple of innings, a hit with a couple of strikeouts. Donaldson, tough night, 0 for 5, so he is due. And he hits that one hard, but right at Kendrick, who goes down to a knee to stop it. And Donaldson is retired, and he smoked that ball, but that's the way things are going right now for Donaldson. He is 0 for 6. So, frustrating time right now for Donaldson.
Thought it was 0 for 5 in Baltimore in the game. He made a tremendous play defensively, but that's not part of his game. So right now it is a little bit of a tough time for him.
So here's Cespedes with 2 outs. See if Cespedes can get a pitch he likes. Something he's really not going to like.
A's ended their streak of consecutive games with at least 1 home run last night. And tonight they're still without a home run, something that they were doing pretty consistently for a long period of time. 16 consecutive games with at least 1 home run.
Fastball in there for a strike from Corey Rasmus. Remember, Scott Downs was a left-handed reliever here with the Angels. Last year, the Angels traded him to the Atlanta Braves right around the trade deadline, and Corey Rasmus is the young pitcher that they got back for Scott Downs. So that's what you do. Trade a veteran. You want a young guy who you hope is really close to the big leagues, and that is the case with Rasmus, who's in there.
Good slider away from Cespedes, and This young man's thrown just a total of 7 pitches. He's gotten 2 outs and 2 strikes on this hitter.
Cespedes trying to battle back behind in the count 1-2. He's 1 for 5. Setting up outside. And he lifts that one to left. Right at Hamilton. Corey Rasmus has a very easy top of the 13th inning. So bottom of the 13th coming up. Trout's going to lead it off. We're tied at 1.
Good that Exmo is still a very important part of this telecast, and as keeps showing the Exmo pretty consistently.
So Jeff Francis comes in for appearance number 4. So Francis warmed up a couple times out in the bullpen, and he's in there, and he's going to face Trout, Calhoun, and Hamilton. So a right-handed hitter, and then a couple of left-handed hitters. So challenge right off the bat for Francis as he faces Trout. So one more game left in this series. That'll be tomorrow night.
Or if it's in a half hour, you could say tonight.
That's true. What time is it? I don't even know. 11:30?
Yeah, it's another
11:24. It's not bad.
No.
Hey, we got a 19-inning game between these two teams under our belt. Right?
Right.
So here's Trout. Fly out, walk, walk, double, ground out. So 1 for 3. He leads things off. First pitch from Francis is a strike down around the knees. Trout, I'm not sure he agreed. Slider that's low. Francis wants a new baseball. Francis got in that game in Baltimore on Saturday.
2 innings, right, in that game? I think it was.
Yes, it was. And the A's lost. So he's pitched recently, which is good. So 1-2 to Trout, and Francis delivers. That's ball outside. Tough spot if you're Jeff Francis, if you're a long guy and you have a host of very good relievers in front of you, and the team you're playing on wins a lot of games. 3-2. You're just not going to get a lot of opportunities to pitch. A big pitch here. You just do not want to put this guy on base.
Well, it's not Albert Pujols in the on-deck circle. It's Calhoun.
And he misses badly. So Francis walks Trout to lead off the bottom of the 13th.
And because it is a lefty facing lefty, you'd have to figure Calhoun is going to be attempting to sacrifice, or you have to be concerned about Mike Trout and his speed.
So lots of different things could happen here. Calhoun was a pinch runner in the 11th inning. Donaldson coming in, the bunt, and it's outside as Calhoun pulled the bat back. Calhoun was on second base. Does not have a sacrifice bunt in his career. How about that? Calhoun was on second base in the 11th inning, and with one out, he was thrown out trying to go from second to third on a ground ball to short. It's a big base running mistake in that inning. Squares early, and pitches outside 2-0. So Calhoun takes an extra long look down to Gary DiSarcina. Bunted and bunted foul. So Mike Scioscia deciding whether to keep it on or take the bunt off. What do you think?
He's going to bunt. I'd say he's going to bunt.
I agree.
Yeah, I'd say that whether he has one in his career or not, he's probably going to be asked to try to get his first. It may take 2 more strikes. He's already squaring around. He's not going to waste any time.
And he bunts it, and it's a good one. And Norris is going to go to first. So Calhoun does his job. A very nice bunt. Norris took a glance at second, but Trout's the runner, and boy, you just at that point you want to make sure you get the out if you don't have a sure thing at second base. So Calhoun does his job.
That may be the happiest 90 feet he's ever run to first base. That statistic, I mean, if we knew it, he knows it. And now he can say that he has a sacrifice in his career.
So here is Hamilton. On deck is David Freese, and they're going to walk Hamilton.
Can't say I'm surprised. And of course, they'd like to get a double play if Freese hits with first and second. That's a possibility. Hamilton is just, he's a very tough hitter to pitch to. So I remember many years ago when Carl Yastrzemski was hitting. Never forget it, Kate. Whenever Phil Hennigan was pitching, and Carl Yastrzemski got a hit, and Alvin Dark screamed at me. I went to the dugout and he says, they pay that man $100,000 to do that. And they pay Josh Hamilton $25
million.
Yeah, so I guess if you're looking at, you're paying him that kind of money to do that, and you always kind of pay attention who's the on-deck circle. In this case, you know.
And the way Hamilton was swinging last year, maybe you don't do it. Yeah. I don't know. But his swings are better this year than they were last year.
And I just think he can cover so much of the plate. Got a hanging breaking ball from Pomerantz way back in the 6th inning that played at the first run and base hit to right field. Today he's actually looking for 2.
Here's Freese. First pitch is a slider that breaks down and in, and Freese takes it. Freese is 0 for 5. Trout at second, Hamilton at first. Punto trying to keep him somewhat close. And now 2-0. Raul Ibanez is the on-deck hitter. Freeze bounces it to Lowry. They're going to get the out at second, the turn, and they turn the double play. So they got what they wanted. Freeze hits into the double play, and the Angels do not score. So how about that? Strategy works for the Athletics, and
Perfect.
This game rolls on.
Third double play turn tonight by the Athletics.
And it's been a good one. And this was way back in the 6th inning. Hamilton with an RBI single. But Pujols tried to make it a 2-run single, and he was thrown out by a lot. So it was 1-0 until the 8th inning when Punto scored on the sacrifice fly by Lowry. And how about this play, folks? This would have given the Angels the lead. But Cespedes, that's right, he threw out Howie Kendrick. One of the greatest throws you'll ever see. And then this was in the bottom of the 13th. 2 on, 1 out. The A's went with the strategy of pitching to Freeze to try to get the double play, and they do. So that's where we're at.
Well, you turn 3 double plays in a game like this, 14th inning. And Jeff Francis, boy, he had not pitched in a while, but a great job tonight, at least in the 13th inning.
Norris fouls it straight back.
Dean wasn't watching that time. He almost got
Careful around here. That one almost sailed right into the broadcast booth next door again. You have to be like the coaches up here. We've got to wear a helmet. Well, this is probably the lowest broadcast booth of any in the league, so you have to be aware. Norris, Moss, and Crisp against Erasmus. Corey Erasmus, who had a 3-up, 3-down 13th inning.
Well, it sounds like there are a lot of A's fans still remaining tonight. You figure they come down south either from the Bay Area or they live here, and A's fans, and they're cheering loudly for their team in the 14th.
Hanging around, why not? Norris is 2 for 4 with a couple of singles and a sacrifice tonight. 1-2 pitch, curveball, strike 3 call.
Barry Enright, where are you, Barry? We're looking for you. And this is what Barry did to Brandon Moss. And that's an empty stadium. And that was a game winner. That was his second home run of the game. One hit the night before, and this one hit the next morning. And it gave himself the pie. Well, that had to be cold at that time of the night or morning.
So here's Moss tonight. And he takes a pitch outside. He's 0 for 4 with a walk and 3 strikeouts. In the dirt, 2-0. As we said last inning, just one reliever left in the bullpen for the Angels, and that's Ernesto Frieri. The A's have used their closer Doolittle for 2 innings.
And I would think Frieri's already called to Mike Butcher and said he's available if necessary. Just a question of how you use a one-inning pitcher, especially one who's been used the last 4 days. So I think that Rasmus is the key player. He's going to stay in as long as he can. And the A's do have a few more to turn to if necessary.
2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. 2-2. Abad, Cook, and Johnson still available for the Athletics. So at least from a bullpen standpoint, the A's are in a little better shape in this game than the Angels are. Two and 2 to Moss, and here's the pitch, and he hits it hard, and a nice play by Calhoun. Really smothered it, and that ball was smoked to first. So Moss is retired. He's 0 for 5.
A's have played 13 innings. This being the 14th. They have no more than one hit, and coming in 8 of those 13. Just one hit, but they've had a couple of walks, and actually 3 innings they've left 2 runners on base, but there's not a lot of hitting tonight by the Athletics. Nope. Still not in double figures, which is something that figured in this extra inning game they would be in double figures in hits.
Well, Coco has a flair for the dramatics. This is Coco's 4th at bat, and he was not in the starting lineup. Came in the 7th. He was singled, walked, and popped to short. We're seeing Corey Rasmus. Tried to hold up, and he did not. This is Bill Welke. So the count even at 1-1. Each team with 8 hits. The A's have made a couple of errors. And he did go. It's a swing. And a pop up near the pitcher's mound, and the pitcher is going to call everybody off, and he says he has it. So Rasmus says faced 6 hitters in this game, and he's retired them all. So he's done a good job, and we're headed to the bottom of the 14th. was in trouble in the 13th, but he got a big double play. Maybe try to have a little easier hitting here in the bottom of the 14th. So he's going to face Ibanez, Ibar, Cowgill. So a left-handed hitter, a switch hitter, and a right-handed hitter. So 14th inning, and the Angels come to bat. Pomeranz went 7, Gregerson went 1, Otero went 2, Doolittle went 2, and now Francis in his second inning. First pitch to Raul Ibanez is low. Ibanez pinch hit in the 9th inning. He is grounded out and he is fouled out.
Got a starter starting to warm up in the bullpen, Shoemaker.
Donaldson grabs it, throws, and that's out number 1. Well, you may be right there, Ray, and if that's the case, well, then that's a big plus for the Angels.
Yeah.
Matt Shoemaker has been pitching in their rotation.
Yeah.
He's starting to get ready, and he's obviously not going to pitch tomorrow because Weaver's pitching tomorrow.
And plus, he has pitched out of the bullpen, so it's not going to take him forever to get loose.
And the Angels, like the A's, have off on Thursday. So Mike Scioscia, I'm sure knew all along, hey, I got Shoemaker at the end if I really need him. We'll see. A couple of singles for Ibar tonight. Close pitch with a fastball, just a touch outside, so 2-1. Ibar singled in the 7th and singled in the 9th. Two-one pitch, and he swung and missed. 2-2.
Great changeup and nice pitch to be able to offer. And Jeff Francis, again, a former starter, so out of the bullpen. So a lot of good things for Francis once he gets on the roll, which second inning pitching.
More action for Donaldson. He scoops it up, he throws, and that's out number 2. So here's Cowgill.
For Francis pitching in Colorado, where you'd like to see a ground ball pitcher pitch. And of course, if I recall, as a starter, he had some good years pitching and keeping the ball on the ground. Tonight, the big double play ground ball. He had a sacrifice, a couple of ground balls here. So really 5 outs recorded, all 5 on the ground, which in these type of games is what you want. Cowgill, of course, has the power potential, 4 home runs, one of those coming in Oakland against the Athletics last homestand.
So 1-0 to Cowgill. Single and a double tonight. That one's in for a strike. So this is the longest game of the year for the A's innings-wise. They've had a couple of 12-inning games. They've had 3 11-inning games. And tonight we're into the 14th. Cowgill fouls are just below us. So Francis ahead in the count 1-2. Left field, Cespedes going back. He's near the wall, and that is gone. Just like that, Cowgill wins it in the bottom of the 14th inning.
So much for balls on the ground. How did that get up?
Thought it was a fly ball off the bat, and it ends up just getting over the fence. Cespedes went back, and big win for the Angels, 2-1 in 14 innings. So the A's lead in the West is now down to 2.5 games. over these Angels. So a very frustrating loss tonight here at the Big A.
But you have to wonder what the pitch was. And 2 strikes. It looked like a fastball. And Cowgill got under it. And again, Francis has been hitting or getting balls hit on the ground. But this one got some elevation. Line drive. Cespedes couldn't get to it. It was gone.
So former Athletic Colin Cowgill, who has been a big plus for the Angels this year, he gets a huge hit, a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 14th inning. So the final score tonight from Anaheim, it's the Angels 2, and it's the Athletics 1 in 14 innings. You've been watching Oakland A's baseball on Comcast Sportsnet California. Don't go away. A's postgame live with Brody Brazil and Shooty Babbitt starts right now.